Good evening. I'm calling back to order this meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education. Item 4.1 will be read tonight, our broadcast statement by our student board member Halbo. And before student board member Halbo reads her broadcast statement, please join me in our big round of applause in congratulating her and being accepted to Gonzaga University. As a major in education, no less.
This meeting of the Sacramento City School Board is being recorded in its entirety and will be cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse. Today's meeting will air Monday, April 8th at noon and Wednesday, April 10th at 6 p.m. and webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form located in the back of the community room and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also turn off your cell phones or place them on silent or vibrate.
Thank you, Board Member Halbo. Item 4.2, the Pledge of Allegiance, which tonight will be led by Safiro Munez, a senior at Sacramento Accelerated Academy. Hi, Sophia.
I was looking for you, but you were back.
Do I just start?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh. Do I just?
No, please stay. Board Member Wu would like to present you with the certificate.
Oh, okay.
Board Member Minnick.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello.
Hello.
It is great to meet you.
Good to meet you.
So I want to tell you a little bit about Safiro. So Safiro has overcome difficult circumstances that resulted in struggles with attendance early in her high school career. By the end of her junior year, she was 7 courses off track for graduation, and she enrolled with Sacramento Accelerated Academy, next door, at the start of her senior year to begin an uphill battle toward graduation. She needed to complete, wait for it, 19 semester courses in one school year. Ooh. With exemplary dedication and diligence, she has completed 16 semester courses through the end of March. Yeah, I know. She has earned predominantly A's and B's in these courses and is now on track to graduate with her class.
Yay.
Additionally, she has taken full advantage of Sacramento Accelerated Academy's coordinated advising sessions with Los Rios Community College District. She's already completed her application for Sacramento City College, as well as the new student orientation. Go Panthers. She has successfully completed her FAFSA and is already making plans to pursue the Administration of Justice program at Sac City College. While making all of these efforts this year, she has also been working outside of school at a restaurant to save money to become more self-sufficient. The staff at Sacramento Accelerated has had the pleasure to work with her as she has personified resilience, scholarship, and commitment to individual responsibility. All the while, she walks into class every day with a smile. Looking forward, Safiro is strongly considering a career as a police officer. Everyone at Sacramento Accelerated Academy anticipates her undeniable ongoing success. Her teacher, counselor, and principal, who I saw, there he is, are extremely proud of her and her accomplishments, and particularly the grit that she has exhibited that has inspired our small school community. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So If you would like to say a few words while I come down to present you with your certificate, you are welcome to.
Well, I think online classes aren't taken as seriously, but I think it's really important for people who don't do good in like very social situations where like you're kind of forced to interact with others. And I really liked it compared to normal classes. So just want to say that.
Thank you, Safira.
Good job.
Do I go sit?
You can go sit down. Thank you. Item 5.0, announcement of action taken in closed session.
None, Madam President.
Thank you. Item 6.0, agenda adoption. Before I ask for a motion to adopt the agenda, I am going to move item 9.1 at the request of County Superintendent Dave Gordon to just following item 7.3 and the District Green Apple Awards. Do I have a second from my board? So moved. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstain? The motion carries. Thank you. Item 7.0, special presentations. Item 7.1, which is approving resolution number 3077, resolution in support of Assembly Bill 428, Medina Special Education Funding. I have to say, this resolution is extremely important. For those of you who have followed the introduction of this legislation, Sac City, as we are grappling with a budget crisis, have recognized that while we have a moral and fiscal imperative to meet the needs of our special education population, we are not adequately resourced to do so. And in fact, in the last year, we received $60 million less than we expended to meet the needs of these critical student populations throughout the district. And so tonight, in hopes of adjusting a woefully inadequate rate that was locked in the 1990s, we are passing or asking to adopt the resolution in support of Assembly Bill 428, championed by Higher Education Chair Assemblymember Medina. I'm going to read just a couple excerpts and then we will call for a motion. Whereas special education is a federal and state mandated education program that entitles children with disabilities to receive a free and appropriate education, whereas California provides educational services to more than 700 children with identified disabilities, whereas Sacramento City Unified provides services for more than 6,900 students with identified disabilities. And whereas the neutral funding formula, Assembly Bill AB 602, does not adequately or equitably provide special education funding to pay for the increasing costs of providing education services to students with disability. Whereas the current amount of funding for students with significant disabilities such as autism, blindness, deafness, severe impairments is far below the necessary amounts to support their education. Whereas AB 428 by Assemblymember Medina would increase and equalize AB 602 base funding rates, establish a funding mechanism critical for preschool programs with children and disabilities, provide additional funding for students with the most intensive needs, and address declining enrollment SELPAs. And whereas the Sacramento City Unified School District supports this increased funding, therefore, now be it resolved by the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education that we urge Governor Newsom and the California Legislature to support and fund AB 428 by Assemblymember Medina. Do we have a motion to adopt this resolution? Do we have a second? Yes. Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor?
We have public comment, Madam President.
And we have public comment on this item? Wonderful. Thank you. How many public comments?
We have 3 public comments. Angel Garcia, followed by Kenya Martinez and Angie Sutherland.
Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and Board members. I just want to say that I too am in agreement that we should be supporting this bill in order to provide equity and access for special education students to ensure that they improve their student achievement and overall success. We definitely need this money. We need more money to support special education preschools, as you stated. There's long-standing funding inequities, and we know that our students, particularly in this district, have greater needs. What I will say is I also believe in transparency and accountability, and unfortunately, me as a parent advocate participating in multiple groups, I have not seen that with the special education budget and knowing where our dollars are going. I can provide an example. Our ERMS funding, we don't know what those services are. We don't know where the money went. We don't know where the outcomes were. We don't know what happened with the monies that the district is getting in terms of Medi-Cal reimbursements. And so although I believe in more funding, we need more funding overall. Being 41st in the nation of per pupil funding is a disgrace. But I will say that with the local planning process for SELPAs, the CAC is a part of the governance structure for SELPAs, and it should be an advisory body. In Ed Code, it is an advisory body. And so they need to be utilized in that capacity. It's a condition of receiving these funds. And so we need to be sure that our CACs are not being consulted and they're not advising at the end of May and June on special education budgets. So as a part of the Coalition for Students with Disabilities, I want to say accountability now. We want more funding, but we also want accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
Good evening. Angel just said it all. I'm just going to piggyback up on what she just said. I just have two questions. I'm very happy this additional funding is coming to Sac City Unified School District, but I just want to know who will be held accountable if this additional funding is received. Right now, we have impending solvency that might happen to this district, and I want to know who will be held accountable. This district has a history, especially with the special education department, of not being clear as to where funding is going. So that's my question for you, the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya.
Good evening. I'm Angie Sutherland, and just to add on to what Angel said, I'm going to share with you specifics of how the CAC is part of the governance structure of the SELPA, and it's not being utilized appropriately in its advisory capacity. Since I've been involved in the CAC for many years, we have not been a partner in the development of the budget, but the Ed Code states that the local plan process is also the annual plan. That's a part of it. And it's supposed to include a schedule of regular consultations regarding policy and budget development with the CAC, and not just the CAC, but other stakeholders, such as teachers. So I don't know if that's, the teacher part is happening, but the CAC part is not happening. There's also the annual service plan, and that's the services that are provided at the school sites. And every year we get it at probably in like June. Sometimes we even have to call a special meeting in order for them to show us a very bare bones plan, same one that you guys see that you approve every year. I don't want these plans to be rubber stamped. That needs to stop. I do support extra funding, but this is a problem across our whole state. I'm part of a collaborative of CACs across California, and Sacramento isn't the only one, but the legislature put CACs in the Ed Code for a reason, and how would the LCAP committee like it if they were just completely disregarded every year? How would the DLAC? I don't think they would. So
Angie.
just letting you know.
We're not taking questions on public comments, but I do want to say, Angie, I would like the staff at our upcoming presentation on the special education work that has been done to address the findings of the audit, to include some of the questions that you brought forward tonight. So please leave those materials.
I'm going to leave this also it's the actual ed code. So
Great.
you can see
Thank you.
how the CAC is part of that.
Thank you, Angie. Item 7.2, approve resolution number 3076, the resolution to support climate action in our schools.
I'm sorry, Madam President, I interrupted you on your vote. So I think we should go back to preferential vote and the vote by the board
Okay.
on 7.1.
Our student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. The motion carries. Item 7.2, which will be presented this evening by Board Member Lisa Morawski.
Thank you, President Ryan. Do we have representatives from the McClatchy Eco Club here tonight? It wasn't clear to me whether, oh, okay. Oh, wonderful. Would you like to come up and say a couple words afterwards? And you can present the resolution to them as well. So you can come on up to the podium. And are you Katherine Mccomey? Am I saying that correctly?
You came to my door
Yes, okay.
when you were running for board. Hi.
Well, thank you for being here tonight. And it's really my great honor to present my first resolution as a board member on the issue of climate change, which is a critical issue for our youth. So one of the really terrifying things that I've come to find out as, now I've become a grown-up is that the grown-ups don't always have things figured out. And just because we find it difficult to grapple with some of the things we have to do to get a hold of our climate change challenge doesn't mean that it's going to go away. Just because we find it big and challenging and maybe theoretical and that it's not affecting us today, right now, doesn't mean it won't be the defining series of events and tragedy for us, for our children, for our grandchildren and great-grandchildren, and down the line. So I'm really excited to present this resolution to support climate action in schools. This is part of a coordinated campaign. It started in Sonoma County in 2017, and according to the website, there's 39 school districts so far and counting throughout California and the United States who have adopted resolutions. And I just want to share with you a couple of key highlights from the resolution. Whereas schools have the potential to make tangible environmental change in the world while teaching students to be stewards of their communities, the earth and its resources. Whereas the California State PTA adopted a climate change is a children's issue resolution in 2015 that urges school districts to serve as models to address climate change. Whereas climate change is a generational justice and human rights issue. I want to say that again, generational justice, because I think it's a critical thing for all of us to be thinking about as who's going to bear the brunt of climate change. Whereas climate change impacts all people, but disproportionately young people and future generations, people of color, and people in poverty, thus exacerbating inequality and limiting equality of opportunity. So those are some of the whereases, and we're resolving to call on Congress to take swift and effective action on climate change. And we're further resolving to continue our commitment as a district to energy efficiency, to continued development of programs and infrastructure for walking and biking to school, to pursuit of LEED status for our buildings, and just in case anyone's questioning whether we can make investments in facilities with our budget situation, please know that facilities funding is separate from our general fund, so I think this is maybe an area that we can make some investments for the future. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you, Katherine.
Okay. Yes, my name is Katherine Mccomey. I am I had been a full-time employee of the district. Right now, I'm still working part-time as a school psychologist. So, and I began as a teacher in this district in 1983. So to me, this is the most important issue that we're all facing. It's nonpartisan. It's going to affect everybody. Right now, of course, you know, in California, there's been all these wildfires and floods in different places and storms, and it is related to climate change. And I know I was working in John Gabrillo's school, and the school, actually one day it was closed before Thanksgiving because the air was so bad. So it affects us now. It is affecting us now. And my goal is to try to get young people involved because we're at a very, very critical time. And we have to do what we can do. I think if my striving is just for everybody to be involved. If we get everybody involved in this country, maybe we can make some changes. So I'm also involved in a group called Citizens Climate Lobby, and our organization is going to Washington to lobby Congress to try to do something. There are people that want to do something. So anyway, I hope very much you can pass this resolution, and I'm working with students at McClatchy and other places. Unfortunately, they couldn't be here tonight, but anyway,
Thank you.
we need to do this. So I hope that Sac City can take the direction for all of the districts around here. We support this. You should pass this resolution, then we get other districts around here to do it as well.
Thank you so much, Katherine. Thank you for your support and your encouragement and engagement with our youth. And if you could just hold there for, we can get a photo real quick.
Okay. So,
I move passage of Resolution 3076.
Do we have a second? Student preferential vote.
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Congratulations. Thank you so much. We are so proud of this youth-led effort, and we hope that it will be an exemplar for other districts.
Oh, okay, that was it.
Moving on to our next agenda item, which is 7.3, the District Green Apple Awards presentation by Kathy Allen. I think many of you saw the trucks and displays outside for these awards.
Yes, hopefully you got a chance to go walk through some of the booths tonight. So good evening, President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm really excited to share one of our more fun things that we do during the year, our Green Apple Awards. And I'd like Rachel Chard to come up. I'm going to turn it over to her. She's our Project Green coordinator and runs this program for us.
Thank you.
Good evening. So thank you for the mention for our event out in the parking lot. I know some of the board members were able to stop out, and a few of you I was able to speak with. So we're here tonight to celebrate some of the amazing work of our staff and students with our annual Green Apple Awards. These awards recognize those that go above and beyond in our schools to make them more green and sustainable. The 4 awards given tonight represent the educators in our district who spend hours beyond the classroom teaching students important agricultural skills, designing spaces for their students to learn outdoors, and organizing hands-on learning activities for their school. They also represent students that are fighting for climate change action, implementing recycling programs, and championing energy conservation. They were nominated by other students, their peers, and members of the SEUSD community. So I'd like to recognize those standing behind me. For our 2019 Green Apple Award recipients, we have our Green Team of the Year, West Campus High School.
Yay.
Some of their members are present here tonight. So I'd like to hand out their award.
Congratulations.
Our Educator of the Year goes to Todd Mcpherson. Todd is the garden teacher at Luther Burbank High School. He has started the agriculture program there and has done amazing things for our students there. He himself received probably 30-some nominations from his students. So I was so happy that I almost cried when I saw those. So I really want to congratulate Todd for his nominations.
Congratulations, Todd.
So Todd also has some students here with him, and they were out in our fair in the parking lot handing out the plants that they grew themselves. So if you didn't get a chance to do that, feel free to stop by Burbank Urban Garden. They have a phenomenal program. The third award I want to give out tonight is for our Green Administrator of the Year. This award goes to Isabel Govia. She's the principal at Harkness Elementary. For the last probably 2 years, I have personally been working with Isabel on outdoor learning spaces for her students. If you haven't been out to Harkness lately, she is creating a campus that is an example for schools across the district. She's created spaces for reading, for yoga we're working on, amazing spaces for her students to interact. So Isabel was nominated for her work at her campus designing it.
Congratulations, Isabel.
Our fourth and last award tonight is for our Green Operations Staff of the Year. I personally feel like this is an area of our district that is not as recognized as they should be. This is our custodial staff. So this year's award for Green Operations Staff of the Year goes to Jeffrey Smith. Jeffrey is the custodial staff at John Morris Therapeutic Center, and he does amazing work in their garden space. And if you haven't been out there, definitely check that out as well. It is probably one of the most beautiful garden spaces in our district. It is very relaxing, and they have fruit trees and grow just about everything. And Jeffrey has been integral in that garden space out there. So I'd like to give him that award tonight.
Congratulations, Jeffrey.
I'd also like to offer the opportunity for any board members that want to come down and take photo opportunities with our award recipients tonight.
Do we all want to go down very quickly? Okay, we're all going to come down very quickly.
Great.
I'm tall enough, it's okay.
Thank you. Congratulations. I can't wait to come visit your campus. That was an information-only item. Moving on to 9.1, which will be just prior to public comment, discussion of continuing or reducing specific unrestricted programs and services.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, members of the board, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Amari Watkins. I'm the district's Director of Accounting Services. I will be facilitating this evening's discussion surrounding the unrestricted programs and services that will need to be evaluated for potential savings in addressing our structural deficit. We will not be discussing the fiscal impact of each of these programs at this time, as that detailed analysis has yet to occur. This is an information item only to provide context and frame the discussion regarding the budget decisions that will need to be made by June should other solutions not materialize. We will begin by discussing other student supports and then move into classroom considerations and finally operations. So at this time, I'd like to first introduce Gary Courtney, who's our Coordinator of Visual and Performing Arts.
Thank you. Superintendent, President, Board, Cabinet. The arts are a critical component to the achievement of equity, access, and social justice. It assists in developing creativity, innovation, critical thought, communication, collaboration, and empathetic skills. The arts assist in closing opportunity gaps, especially for students of color and socioeconomically disadvantaged. The arts may be the only thing that keeps students in school. I know that it did for me. Arts integration programs like Any Given Child not only deepens learning in other subject areas, but may be the only arts experience that students receive. It is also a prerequisite for participation in the SCOE SSAE grant and the Sacramento Arts Education Consortium, which through the Sacramento Metropolitan Arts Commission and the Friends of SMAC will be a significant outside funding source for the district in the future. The El Sistema String Program provided by the Sacramento Youth Symphony is extremely successful in our district, LA Unified in other districts, and studies have demonstrated the positive academic and developmental impacts on children through participation in the program. The All-City Band and Orchestra concert every year is a culminating musical experience that not only is comprehensive in its approach to learning through music, but also promotes further participation through subsequent and sequential course offerings. Finally, without the music library, well over 500 students would not have access to instruments free of charge, they would not be repaired or replaced, and there would be no access to music literature for them to perform.
Thank you, Gary.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent, and members of the board. My name is Kari Hansen-Smith, and I am proud to serve as the coordinator for gifted education and advanced placement programs in our district. Sacramento City has a long-standing commitment to ensuring that all unique learner groups have access to instructional supports that meet their learning needs. Services for advanced learners via gifted education have been a mainstay in this district for well over 40 years, evolving over time as the needs in our community have evolved. This year, approximately 5,000 students, about 13% of our total population, in grades 2 through 12 are eligible for and are receiving services at schools across our districts, in classrooms where they are supported by teachers who have committed to extensive professional learning that is focused on high leverage acceleration and differentiation strategies provided by the Gate Department staff and differentiated to meet teachers' learning needs. All district students are screened for eligibility in both first and third grades, implementing the research-informed best practices that were reviewed and selected by the GATE Task Force stakeholders in 2014. These high-needs students are from both within our district boundaries and from the region at large, as the scope and quality of our services are second to none and are highly sought after. Students receiving these services are gifted English learners who've been identified through our sophisticated universal screening process, focusing on individual needs and strengths. Twice exceptional learners who benefit from both gifted education and special education supports. And students from historically underserved communities who can do a much better job than I can in sharing how gifted education positively changed their life's trajectory. Gifted learners are present in all communities and demographic groups in our district. The academic supports they receive through GATE ensure that they are engaged in class, learning within their personal zone of proximal development. Gifted education ensures that all students in our community are able to reach their full academic and life potential, becoming creative producers in society. These educational services provide opportunities for the most marginalized students to gain access to the most prestigious and competitive post-secondary opportunities. Gifted education eliminates the excellence gap.
Thank you very much. Before we have Marcus come up to speak to youth development, I know that this is in the executive summary of the full board packet, but I do want to just reiterate that this is a discussion information only item, not an action item, as a request of board members that we really walk through the menu of very difficult options should we not be able to find other savings and need to balance our our budget and avoid state takeover. So once again, this is a discussion of the potential difficult options that we will have to look at for our programmatic funding cuts, but it is not action being taken on any of these items tonight. And I don't know if you had anything you wanted to add, Superintendent Aguilar.
Thank you, President Ryan. Only that you'll have to excuse perhaps the level of emotions from our staff members, some of whom asked that they not be the ones presenting on these items. So you'll hear from, in some cases, their direct supervisors as well.
Thank you. And I know we have a lot of children here tonight. I do want to offer, we have childcare and a healthy snack, if any of you would like to take advantage of that, just outside in the corridor.
Good evening, Board Member President, as well as Superintendent Aguilar and the rest of the board. I'm going to go a little bit different with this because I want you to be able to feel and understand that this is about community. What I know is schooling is compliance, but education is liberation. What I need us to understand is that it's very simple for us to take this and put 16,000 students in front of us and say that's the impact, but it's bigger than that. I want you to think about 35,000 people. And I want you to know that in that 35,000 people is Miss Jackie Rose and her team and the beautiful work that she does. In that 35,000 people is Daryl Roberts and his team, is Dr. Mahone and her team, is Boys and Girls Club, Target Excellence, BMAD, SAYS, Epic Bloom, folks that are showing up for our babies every day. In that 35,000 is the single mom or the single dad who gets to work just a little bit longer because they know their babies are somewhere where they're safe, somewhere where they're learning, and somewhere where they're loved. In that 35,000, of course, is our babies who show up early for us, who stay late with us, who spend their summers with us, because they know within this family is a circle of support. And oftentimes we put our babies in a circle of adults that don't look like support. It turns into a cage. I need us to understand that what we are working with is folks that are liberating our young people to freedom. And we need to be in a space where we understand that youth development is bigger than just reaching 16,000 students. It's about the families that we serve. It's about the staff that we have here. And it's about the fact that we love our babies. So when you think about a nation that spends $148,000 per child to keep them in the juvenile detention center, but yet we only spend $11,000 to academically get them where they need to be, don't take away the one thing that's free, and that's love. Because that's what we do, and that's who we are.
Thank you, Marcus.
Sorry about that. So good evening, Board President Ryan, Board Members, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Program. And as we speak about the programs within our system, this is one that's very compelling because it's very unique. In many respects, we think about enlisting and engaging our families, enlisting and engaging our teachers and classified staff with our families. This program actually serves that purpose. It allows our teachers and classified staff to actually meet with families in their home spaces, to have a conversation about their student, about their students' hopes, about their students' aspirations, about their students' dreams. Equally important, it creates an opportunity to create a relationship for both parents and classified staff with students and their families. And so in many respects, while this program is somewhat small in terms of the numbers, in terms of the 1,400 students served, its footprint is significant because it does something very unique. It makes students visible in a way that they don't see and the teachers don't see them in the classroom. It allows them to share an opportunity to get to know the family, allows them to humanize this relationship between the teacher and student, between the classified staff and student. It's really important to note that even though it says parent-teacher home visit, we have a lot of classified staff who participate. And this humanizes the campus. This makes learning more real. This makes relationships more real. And it makes our interventions more real. I also will say in terms of the parent-teacher home visit nationally, Sacramento Unified has been a leader for 2 decades. And so it's really important to honor that legacy. And then finally, there's been recently evaluative work done with parent-teacher home visit, where now the impact is becoming much more concrete and specific, that the relationship alone is actually important, but now there's data that shows that students at the same site who have a parent-teacher home visit are demonstrating attendance patterns that are more encouraging than students at the same site who don't have a parent-teacher home visit. And so with that, I'll end there.
Thank you so much, Vincent.
Good evening. My name is Victoria Flores. I serve as the Director of Student Support and Health Services. And tonight I'm just going to talk to you about our Student Support Centers and our Connect Center. But I do want to say we work really closely with all of these other, departments and divisions, youth development, parent-teacher home visit. Our staff go out on those home visits as well. So when you're hearing each one of us talk, please keep in mind the interconnectedness of everything that we do. And I'm going to start with some really emotionally heavy words. Words like suicide and abuse, violence, loss, and death. And when our students and families are experiencing these types of traumas, they're not learning in the classroom, even when they're physically present. These are the experiences our Student Support Center staff address daily. And board members and staff members and community members, they don't always hear about these experiences, because we intervene and we're there. At our 28 school sites, 28 school site funded support centers that are like a community school model, and at our district-wide Connect Center that link our families to health insurance and LGBTQ supports and so much more. And to illustrate how we intervene, as of today, when I went into my EIS data system that we talked to you about in the fall, we have prevented 224 potential deaths by suicide by using our established risk assessment procedures. And these are the stories that I don't have to tell you, because those kids are in school today, because some caring, trusted professional knew how to get them help. And for reference, to drive this point home even further, last year we did a total of 250 suicide risk assessments. So you do the math. This number is increasing. We're seeing this locally, and we're seeing this nationally. Yet less than 1% of our district budget is spent on student support services. The 38 staff members that this money funds directly serves 20,000 students each year. We also serve the entire district community, from policies that I bring to you all to our our suicide prevention trainings and procedures that are enacted in our schools every single day, to our mental health crisis team that was led today out at a school site due to community violence that happened yesterday. And those students and those families were able to go to school, and those staff members, let me not forget our staff, were able to go to school today knowing there was a caring, trusted professional who could help them with their needs. That was led by our Student Support Center staff. This 1% budget expenditure is further leveraged by the 70 mental health interns that we supervise in partnership with our local universities and colleges, and the numerous community partners that we connect to our schools. And they support our students and families during the times of most vulnerability and need. So our teachers have the expertise to educate, and I have the most respect. My life partner is an educator. But our Student Support Center staff have the expertise in mental health and family and community engagement that remove those barriers to learning for all students, regardless of their educational programming. Again, I just want to say this is for every single student and family who has the need.
Thank you so much, Victoria.
Thank you. The last thing I'll leave you with is that what keeps me up at night is who's going to be the safety net for our students and our families that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much. District-wide athletics.
Good evening. I'm Greg Purcell, the Director of Athletics for Sacramento City Unified School District. Very proud to say that. As you know, that athletics has tremendous value and has repeatedly proven to be the heart and soul of a community. Athletics is often the hook to help students find their niche and stay engaged in school. It provides opportunities for students to learn about fitness, goal setting, fair play, and competition. 2018-19 has been a tremendous year of growth for athletics in Sac City. We have dramatically increased the number of opportunities for students to participate in athletics, 22,000 students plus this year and counting. Let's take our elementary athletics program as an example. We are doing at the elementary level what no other district is doing. And here's the beautiful part of the program. It has been a total collaborative effort. We have many of our great teachers serving as coaches, scorekeepers, scoreboard operators, transporters of teams, and major cheerleaders for their kids. Our classified staff has stepped up big time in support of the program, where we have plant managers, custodians, school secretaries, office clerks, serving as coaches, scorekeepers, and keeping our elementary sports website up and running. Our maintenance and operations staff has played a major role in athletics this year. They have ensured that our facilities are up to par with quick responses to site and game day needs. Our principals have given unconditional support to their kids and really ensured the success of the program. Many of our parents and community members are coaches, assistant coaches, and help with carpools every Wednesday afternoon. We have 1,300 kids playing basketball every week and over 1,000 parents, family members, friends, and district employees filling up gymnasiums each Wednesday to watch games. Our Stride Running program, in which we have partnered with Sacramento Running Association, our first through sixth graders have logged over 45,000 running miles this year, and that number continues to grow every single day. We've also started work with a group that's comprised of our 6 high school athletic directors, physical education teachers from our elementary level, K-8 level, middle school level, to examine how we currently staff our coaching positions at all levels. By looking through the lens of equity, we discovered that way to be much more effective to serve our students in years to come. So this has been a true Sac City team effort this year, and really we are just getting started in developing a robust K-12 athletic program for all Sac City students, because they deserve nothing less. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Purcell. Social emotional learning. Maisie, is she here? Okay, so we're going to move on to family and community empowerment. And since Maisie isn't here, I do just want to say our social emotional learning program has been a model at a national and state level. And in fact, we're bringing people out to see it in action next week.
As we talk about family and community engagement, you know, it's important that you see the list of activities that this department does, because obviously the work of this team is critical in building relationships. But I want to bring emphasis to 3 things, because I think so often when we think about engaging with our families, there's an opportunity to think about, you know, building family relationships alone is important, but actually this program is building into a space of building family relationships to the support of students, to the guiding principle. And so there's 3 ways, and there's many ways, but 3 ways I really want to talk about this. One is through emerging work around college-going workshops. The FACE department, in partnership with our Director of Guidance and Counseling and with school leadership, has spent more time thinking about ways of informing our families about graduation requirements, A through G completion, what it means to go to college. And what that work really entails is the notion of educating our families to be advocates for their students. That as we think about our system, we think about the opportunities that we have available for our families and students, we want our families to be empowered, to talk at school site council meetings, to talk here at board meetings about what does it mean to have college-going opportunities for students. Another way that the FACE team in the last year has partnered with some of our direct services to students, is offering transition workshops, really thinking about what does it mean to go from 8th to 9th grade? What does it mean to go from 6th grade to 7th grade? Really getting direct about helping our families understand those transitions and able to support their students. And so as we talk about family and community empowerment as a family support, it really becomes in many respects a student support as well. And so as we think about their programming, their partnerships with the food bank, that's not just servicing families in kind of a holistic sense, it's actually providing conditions to support our students. And then finally, in this last year, we've had a unique opportunity through the FACE team to lead a partnership with the Mexican Consulate. And what that really means is an opportunity to provide services potentially to our families, but actually provide education to our families, particularly our immigrant families, about experiences that they can get support directly from the consulate. And we've actually gone there to support some of their programming as well. And so as we think about the partnerships in our community, FACE is one of those units within the district that is out making conditions better for families, which ultimately makes conditions better for students.
Thank you, Vincent. And I know My Z had just shown up. We couldn't pass you over. You're doing too important work.
How do I just...
There's a box.
Oh. Still working on my technology skills, forgive me. I apologize for being late. Good evening, board members, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar. I am Maicy Lee, and I'm here to talk about social emotional learning, as you can see. So we're in our 7th year of system-wide implementation, and we have a lot of work yet to do. And in order to actualize our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle. Social emotional learning in education serves as a reminder that we are in the human business. Our adults, our students, our families, we are the face of humanity. So social emotional learning, it's about the individuals as well as the community and what matters most in terms of how we belong as a community, who we are as a collective, and what we're able to do as we think about interrupting inequities. Armed with our equity, access, and guiding and social justice guiding principle, my team and I have been relentless in our effort to support schools so that they can improve positive culture, climate, as well as improve upon social emotional learning practices. And we do this so that schools can cultivate adult mindsets and beliefs that all students can succeed. We do this by facilitating learning around trauma-informed practices, implicit bias, because understanding our identity and how that shows up either to support or to exclude some students. Building positive relationships and rapport, practices around restorative justice, as well as culturally responsive teaching in the brain. We also support schools to establish positive culture and climate, both school-wide as well as in the classroom, in order for our students to feel safe, welcomed, and connected to each other. We also support schools to explicitly and intentionally teach social emotional learning skills so that all of our students are cultivating and developing their sense of self-awareness, their self-management, social awareness, responsible decision-making skills, and growth mindset. We are also working with our teachers to integrate social emotional learning into academic content. This is important because in order for our students to reach grade level readiness and in order for them to master Common Core state standards, social emotional learning skills are necessary. And lastly, we work with our schools to continuously improve by looking at data, specifically analyzing our data around school culture and climate, suspension data, referral data. We know, it's not news, that we have a disturbingly high suspension rate, and in particular, a high disproportionality for our African American students. This is not acceptable, it is harmful, and it's detrimental to our growth as a community. Social emotional learning is a process of intentionality and explicitness. And so when I say explicitness and intentionality, I mean that it has to be at the forefront of everything that we do. It's how we show up each and every day, both as adults and as students, both at the larger systems level, as well as at the school sites, in classrooms, and how we engage with our communities. We have great needs. I've already listed the examples of our high suspension rates. We also have a high chronic absenteeism rate. Our work is to address these particular pieces of data and to support our students who are greatly harmed, feel great disconnection and disengagement. So it is our moral imperative to re-engage, to reconnect, and to repair the harm done to our students.
Thank you, Maisie.
And it's our imperative to provide hope and healing. Finally, Sac City is recognized as both a regional and national leader in social emotional learning. As you all know, we're hosting the National Cross-District Convening next week for 21 districts from all over the country. We were asked to host because we have been explicit and intentional about the implementation of social emotional learning for the last 6 years. While it's an honor to host such a significant event, we also know that our journey cannot and does not culminate with the convening. We have much work to do. And in fact, I would say that to fully realize social emotional learning and actualize our equity guiding principle, that we're really just starting to scratch the surface. And so what I also want to honor is that our work collaborates with many other departments. We are not a standalone department. We work closely with our peers in youth development and expanded learning, as well as our parent center, our parent facilitators, student support services, and special education. And all of that will be reflected in the cross-district learning next week.
Thank you, Maisie.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. I'm here tonight to speak regarding the credit recovery program at Accelerated Academy. And I think this program, like the others that you've heard, is really in recognition that our students need multiple pathways, multiple supports to graduation. There's board policy that speaks to the need for just different pathways for our students. Unfortunately, you don't get to decide where you're born and the circumstances that you're born into. And so a program like the Credit Recovery Program at Accelerated Academy is just another one of those ways that our students have when they are credit deficient to be able to earn the credits needed and to successfully graduate. These students come severely credit deficient, and they're able to engage in courses that are self-paced, but that are also rigorous courses, and to receive the supports from staff to be able to be successful in these programs. Students, as I said, face many challenges, and through programs like the Accelerated Academy Credit Recovery Program, we've been able to see the graduation gains that we saw last year, and we're planning to see this upcoming year because our students have opportunities like Accelerated Academy to earn those credits towards graduation, but then to return to their school sites and graduate with their peers, and so have the dignity of graduation alongside their peers.
Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Kenneth McPeters with our Enrollment Center.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I'm going to be brief. Just be honest with you, I'm going to be brief. An 84-year-old man sitting at home right now in Stockton, California told me that hot air is just hot air. You back it up with your actions. And so I'm looking at you each in the eye today to say, come by the Enrollment Center and see what we do. If you want to know how we affect families, students, staff members, collectively work together. We work together with everyone in this district. We can't be an enrollment center without every department in this district. So more than my words are going to say today, come by and see what it is that we do. 16,000 families, that's how many we interact with each year on average. Of that, 4,000 to 6,000 are new families. The Enrollment Center has the responsibility, the accepted responsibility of being the first interaction with these new families. We have to set the tone, the district and board supervised tone of what it is to be a parent, a student, an employee in Sac City Unified. We have to have our customer service at the highest level. We've got to be ready to support each and every student, each and every family. What is it that we do? We serve. We're here for every student and every child. The most important tenet of the Enrollment Center is to make it easier for our families to gain access into our school systems, into our schools. And so literally, a family of 4 coming into my Enrollment Center has the potential to have students in 4 different schools, 3 different schools. If we revert back to the archaic ways of the past and allow schools to enroll kids, that means that that family has to potentially go to 3 different schools. With gas being almost $4 a gallon, I really don't know how many families want to interact that way. So that's just one tenet. Board Member Pritchett wanted us to support your constituents by allowing us to go to Rosemont High School and put a pilot there to help support those families. I'm not sure what board member is responsible for Luther Burbank, but we put a pilot there as well. Our job is to support our families, make it easier. If we revert back to the old ways, you can have, again, 4 families going to 4 different schools, getting 4 pieces of information on how to do one thing. Okay. So like I said, I'm going to be brief. Hot air is hot air. Please come by. See what it is that we do. Please come by.
Thank you, Mr. McPeters. And I've had a chance to spend a half day with you, and I very much appreciated that. We have a few final items. We're going to be wrapping up at the new teacher induction, so parent participation preschool.
Thank you. So with the parent participation preschool, really what I just want to express is that this is a program that at its core is about parent education, right? And we know that through parent education, we create far greater opportunities and better outcomes for our students. This program works with families, parents of students who do not qualify for state-funded preschool programs or federally funded preschool programs. And it's a partnership. It really exemplifies this idea of parents as partners, as our parents work side by side with our teachers to learn strategies and skills and for working with their students around educational games, educational strategies that they can then engage in and support students with back at home. And we know that even though there may be one child that's involved in this program and that parent is working with, as other siblings come to that family, that parent has gained life skills that will allow them to support their children academically for their full duration of their schooling.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor. And our final, thank you. Our final presentation this evening, our new teacher induction program.
Good evening. I'm Kelly Dunkley. I'm the induction coordinator. I've been the induction coordinator for Sac City for the past 8 years. The California Commission of Teacher Credentialing, CTC, requires that all teachers holding a preliminary credential participate in a commission-approved induction program to clear their credential and finish the credentialing process, which they started at their universities. Since 1998, 21 years, Sac City has provided an induction, the induction opportunity for our new teachers to participate in order to complete that credentialing process for the new teachers. Beyond providing the opportunity to clear the preliminary credential, we offer an effective on-site mentoring, feedback, and support to our newly credentialed teachers. Currently, we have 125 support providers providing support to 308 preliminary teachers, which impacts more than 13,000 students across 73 of our 76 sites. New teacher support is needed to recruit, retain, and grow our teachers in Sac City. And one last thing, we've offered induction. All other districts in the surrounding area offer induction at no cost to our teachers. It is imperative that we continue this service and opportunity for our new teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are going to continue the classroom consideration presentation at a later time. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan. And before I read public comment names, I do want to make sure that we provide a disclaimer on public comments. I will call up public commenters 5 at a time, but first wanted to read the public comment disclaimer that's posted on your board agenda packets tonight. Members of the public may address the board on non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Please fill out a comment card available at the entrance if you wish to provide a comment to the board. We ask that comments are limited to 2 minutes with no more than 15 minutes per single topic so that as many people as possible may be heard tonight. It is within the board president's discretion to reduce the amount of allotted time for each public comment in an effort to provide the opportunity for all individuals to be heard within the allotted 30-minute time frame for public comments. The board values your comments received, but the law requires that board members not engage in back and forth conversations on items not listed on the agenda. The board may, at its discretion, refer a matter to district staff or calendar the issue for further discussion. With that said, we do have 16 public comments on this item, and may I please have the following individuals line up to give public comment. I'll call you up 5 at a time. The first 5 are Lori Merritt, followed by Stephanie Sanchez, Richard Dahl, Tamara Toby, and Anthony Dalbin.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Lori Merritt, and I am the parent of 2 children in the district, as well as a first grade teacher at Caleb Greenwood Elementary School, an environmental educator, and a proud union member. I'd like to thank you, Ms. Garcia, for coming to Caleb Greenwood's PTSO meeting this week, and I too am a parent first. As a single income family, because I stayed home with my children, we wouldn't have been able to afford preschool. But because of the wonderful parent participation program, my children were able to benefit learning through play, and they were ready for school, and they thrive in school now. I learned as much, if not more, as a parent, and I have learned skills that have made me a better teacher as well. I've seen the parents that come through the parent participation preschool program, and they are involved parents. They're parents that are coming to events. They're running PTSO. They are invested in their children's education, and they have the skills and the confidence to support the community and the school. I would just like to take a moment to acknowledge all of the people connected to the parent participation preschool program that are here. There are a lot of familiar faces. So whether you are a parent that has benefited from the program, a child that has benefited from the program, an alum that has graduated through, a supporter, or you're somebody that believes that early education is important, I'd like you to stand up right now. Now, I don't know you personally. It may have been a while since you've been in a preschool classroom, but some of the rules that we had in preschool were that you tell truth and you keep your promises. So I'd like to encourage our board to do that. We also obey laws and rules, and we use kind words.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephanie Sanchez. I'm here on behalf of my family, so to speak about the fee-based child care programs.
Sorry, if I could please ask everyone to quiet down. I want to make sure we hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am here on behalf of my family. I have, in my family, there's 2 full-time working parents, and we have 3 sons. 2 of our sons attend the Theodore Judah Children's Center after-school program, and my youngest son, I'm really hoping at some point will be able to attend. We, as a family, really value the on-campus quality and continued education they receive through the Children's Center. And based on a petition that was circulated that I shared with you, and I can leave a copy here, that's something that the community really values as well. And we've taken this survey that was recently distributed by Jackie Bonini to talk about this new potential cost structure. And so if an updated and a simpler cost structure is what is needed, I think to maintain these programs, I think that that's something that to a certain reasonable extent, I think that the community would really support. However, to gain that community support, I think you really need to gain the community's trust around this, because right now there's a lot of lack of trust and a lack of transparency around what is going on here exactly, because this is really, I think the questions that are unanswered for us are, why in the world is a fee-based program that brings in revenue on the chopping block? And secondly, why in the world is the program that's currently, I've been told, is operating at a $400,000 deficit when the fees that are coming in are $21,000 per month for one program? So the math just doesn't add up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Dahl. My wife and I are proud products of SCUSD. We believe in the district and the incredible teachers here. In fact, so much so that we both became teachers. Our daughter has been part of the 2-year-old participation program this year. We found it to be both stimulating for her and for us, and a perfect introduction to school. Preschool is one of the most important points in a child's development. As educators, we know that early childhood is an essential time for brain development. By cutting preschool programs for children, we're doing damage to their educational paths and their future trajectories. Even the non-cognitive benefits are undeniable. Healthier adults who are less likely to drop out, less likely to go to jail, more likely to enroll in college, and be economically self-sufficient. We implore you to find solutions tonight that are not short-sighted and ill-advised, and do not take away these essential programs away from our children and our families. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. Sorry, I have to read. My name is Tamara Toby, and I'm a teacher in the Parent Participation Preschool program at Tahoe Elementary. I am also a parent of 2 daughters who attend Southern West Campus. I have been working in early childhood education for 27 years, and I know how important it is to set a good foundation for kindergarten. I started my career teaching preschool. I then worked at a nonprofit teaching in-home parent education to CPS families, where I met Michael Minnick. It is at this point in my career that I realized that my passion was to work with children and their families together. I have been with the district for almost a decade teaching preschool and parent education classes, which I love. In talking with kindergarten teachers in the district, I have repeatedly been told children are lacking the foundational skills coming into kindergarten. The teachers may say there is also a lack of parent involvement. Many teachers don't even have the opportunity to meet parents at all. I know the district and teachers would like children to have better foundational skills and more parent involvement. Well, our program achieves both of those goals because we serve children between the ages of 2 and 5 years of old and their parents. I invite you to come and see 3-year-olds that can write their names, recognize letters, lowercase, uppercase, count, follow directions, cut with a straight line with scissors. I volunteer my time and afternoon in the kindergarten and first grade teachers at Tahoe, and I have seen students who have never held a pencil, never cut with scissors, never painted. This is disheartening. Our program's mission is to get children kindergarten ready by the time they are 4 years old. That is our mission. Not only do we get them ready academically, but socially, emotionally. They're learning self-help skills, clearing their snack dishes, pouring water. We're empowering children to be self-reliant. Children in our classes learn to recognize and regulate emotions in positive ways and learn how to be compassionate and kind individuals. Because of our program, children are ready by the time they enter kindergarten.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Dalbin. This is my second time attending a forum like this. I didn't speak the first time because I didn't know what to say. Instead, I listened to the stories of other parents in the parent participation preschool program and the impact it had on their lives and their kids' future. I was moved, to say the least. Just about all of the stories were shocking and motivational. I often think about the things I heard that night and how I wish more people would or could take advantage of this gem of a program in our district and cringe at the thought of losing it. The time we invest in our young kids and parents in this very difficult stage pays dividends in the future. All of you must be pretty smart to have ascended to the positions you are in right now and must recognize this without me pointing it out. I know you have very difficult decisions to make, but hope you make the right ones for the future of our children and city.
Thank you very much.
President Ryan, we have 12 more public comments. The next 5 public commenters are Anita Warmack, Kara Sein. Yes.
Mr. Barrios, can I just verify, are they on this item and not
this
the
item,
public comment?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Kara Seinhorst, Hans-Peter Walter, Cecile Nunley, and Rob Ferreira.
Oh, please come.
Please come to the dais.
Hello, board members and Superintendent Aguilar. I am Anita Warmack. I am a parent participation preschool teacher with the school district. I've been teaching for 31 years in the program. My hair was not this color when I started. You are each getting a copy of an inside publication that has an article about our program written by one of our former students, Bob Grasswich, who highly recommended that our governor stop by our classes to see just what we do. One of the schools was missing from the list, and that's David Lubin, which is where I am in the afternoons. I'm at OW Early Wine in the morning. I started as a parent in this program, and then during the summer they said, "You want a job?" I said, "Yes," because I was a credentialed teacher, and I've been there ever since. My children used to say, "Mom, when are you going to leave preschool?" And I said, "They're going to have to take me out kicking and screaming because it is so much fun." I have the joy of working in this gem of a hidden program in this school district that works with the parents and with the children. You are getting 2 for the price of 1 in the teachers that you have with our program. We do get those children ready for school so that when they enter that kindergarten room, it is, "What have you got for me? I am ready." And we have parents that I tell at the beginning of our school year, you are going to be the parents that when you walk into the front office, they are not going to call a duck and cover drill. Everyone is going to rush forward and say, "I'm so glad you're here," because you support the school and you support the education of your children. That is what our program is all about, and I am so honored to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anita.
Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. My name is Kara Seinhorst, and I probably have the distinction of being the oldest attendee of the parent participation preschool here. I went to it when it was at Hiram Johnson in the early or late 70s. I also have two kids in the preschool myself, my autistic fifth grader and my 4-year-old. The fifth grader has graduated from the program. I would just tell you that because the lab fees offset so much of the cost of the program, I don't think you're going to save a lot of money cutting this gem of a program. I think you'd be nuts to cut it. And it's just a brilliant program. The kids learn numeracy, literacy, a little Spanish, a little sign language. I see them experience science, gardening. I'm proud to have planted some plants in our little garden at Tahoe Elementary, which was also not on the list. They learn about nutrition and hygiene and fire safety and conflict resolution and even manners and dozens more. And all of that is done with warmth and care, especially at my site with Ms. Toby. So please protect this program. It's not worth cutting and it's brilliant. It's worth its weight in gold. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Evening, board members. My name is Hans-Peter Walter. I'm here to talk about after-school programs and at elementary schools in particular. I think you know this, but after-school programs, to me at least, provide a safe, enriching learning environment for children after school. They develop better and stronger friendships and ties to their schools and classmates. It's a place where they can do homework or play, again, in a safe environment like many other parents have said. But after-school programs also support working families, and a lot of working families are in your district. For many families, work is virtually essential and necessary to provide food, shelter, clothing, all the necessities for their children. Parents should not have to choose between their children's after-school care and their work or career choices. Perhaps most importantly, many parents actually choose schools based on after-school programs. I know in particular, I have a 7-year-old at Theodore Judah Elementary School. I have a 4-year-old who I want to go to kindergarten at Theodore Judah. I've spoken to other preschool parents and they've asked about the after-school program. And when I said, well, there's a waiting list and maybe you'll get on, maybe they won't, I know multiple parents who are going to private school because private schools provide that after-school option almost invariably. So I know there are tough budgetary decisions necessary here that you are going to have to make, and I urge you to avoid cutting after-school programs because it's going to create a vicious cycle for the families, parents who may have to choose between employment, career options, and you're going to lose students of working families who would be valuable members of the Sac Unified School District community. That being said, I and other parents are willing to do our fair share. So before any talk of cutting after-school programs, especially the Children's Center at Theodore Judah is discussed, talk to parents about paying money. We already pay hundreds of dollars a month for it. Maybe there's a way we can meet you halfway or fund that program entirely.
Thank you very much. Cecile?
Okay. That feels so weird. Thank you. The technical part. Good evening, board members. First of many times, I'm sure I'll be up here. One of the things that I am a little disappointed with on the presentation is the fact that there are no costs. I do feel that if the costs were there, the public would have a more informed aspect to all of these things, because as you can tell both from staff as well as from what we're hearing from the public, it's very emotional. And we understand that it's going to be very emotional. However, you as board members, you don't get that luxury of just always delving into emotion. You have to make very serious, tough decisions, not just based on money, but also based on effectiveness.
That's right.
And sometimes those that come up here are maybe able to articulate their needs and their concerns very well, but you have to remember, you're also talking about the most marginalized community. You have to keep those in mind as well. So I urge all of you, please, 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 really take the responsibility seriously, because it has to be something that's fair and that's equitable to the entire community.
Thank you, Cecile.
Board President, Superintendent, my name is Rob Ferreira. A lot of technical problems tonight. I am a parent of 3 daughters, all who went through the parent participation program. And I would like to, I really can't emphasize or reemphasize enough what has been said tonight about this program. We already know that there's a huge lack of access to pre-kinder education in our district. I think probably it's a problem that's experienced everywhere. But for this program in this community, the benefits far outweigh anything that we would see should it go away. It is fee-based, there is that, but also what it does for the parents as much as it does for the kids is tremendous. One of the conversations that I'm continuously having with my own daughters is, how can we be better? How can we do better? What does improvement look like for ourselves? So looking into the future, knowing that anything that we can do for our kids before they start school is put them in some kind of school, to start that process as early as possible. So I urge you to please, I know you've got a heavy, heavy lift ahead of you, and can see it on all of your faces, but it's super important. Thank you for the time and your consideration.
Thank you very much.
President Ryan, we have 8 more comments on this item. The last 8 commenters, if you could please line up when you hear your name called. Phyllis Mosley, followed by Bonnie Anglin, Judy Arnold, Lisa Shearer, Stacy Witten, Troy Flint, and Amanda Vargas.
Good evening, Superintendent Aguilar and other members of the board. I just want to, first of all, acknowledge our director, Jackie Bonini, and her boss, Iris Taylor, as well as you, for not turning a deaf ear to our families and our teachers in our school-based program. I appreciate it greatly. I too was a parent years ago in the parent participation program back in the late 70s, and a year later became a teacher for this school district, and then went into the school age after school program some 28 years ago. And I have to say, I've watched the program evolve and turn into something quite beautiful and something that is absolutely necessary for working parents. Your willingness to keep the door ajar is greatly appreciated, and still we have questions that need to be answered and concerns that need to be addressed. These things can only be resolved if all parties involved come together with respect, transparency, honesty, and an open and willing mind. That's everybody, the board, the teachers, the family, and the unions. All of us together being willing to put down our differences and come together to talk about collaboration, because I'm not seeing a lot of that. I see a lot of division, and a house divided against itself will certainly fall. I hear and I see people not practicing the very things that we want our children to do each and every day. Work together with respect for one another and to do no harm. Keep and honor what you promise. Again, I ask that you trim the fat from the lean. Stop cutting valuable programs and consider where we can cut costs. Maybe trimming the fat from administration and other things, but not our programs that our children so greatly need. These programs help our children become meaningful and successful and productive members of our society. I know you want that. I know you believe in that. So I ask that everybody put aside your differences, come together, do the things that we ask our children to do. Respect each other, stop putting down each other, and just come together as a unit. It takes all of us working together to make this work.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you
Mosley.
so much.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to hear my comments. My name is Bonnie England. My son, Harbin, who's in the audience, and I have been involved in the parent participation preschool program for a full year now. And our experiences here have transformed all of our lives for the better. My son learned to sing his first song in the program, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. And now he knows other songs, but Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star remains his favorite. He's also learned to share with others, to wait his turn, and to clean up his mess. These are all valuable social and life skills that he'll have for the rest of his life. My son is not even 3 years old, but he's benefited so much from just the toddler program, which only meets 1 day a week. My husband and I had so looked forward to his progress in the preschool, which is the meat and bones of the program, because the children are there 4 to 5 days a week. As a family, we can't afford a more expensive private preschool. Additionally, because my son turns 3 later this month, he's ready for preschool now. But most families put their names down on a private preschool waiting list years ahead of time. For us, it's too late to do this. We had counted on this parent participation program being around for our son, so we didn't wait list elsewhere. Everyone in this room knows there is a crisis in early childhood education, nationally, regionally, and locally. In fact, Gavin Newsom has made early childhood education a top priority of his administration. To cut this program now would only deepen and perpetuate this crisis further. This is not a distant or abstract crisis. If this program is cut, families in Sacramento will have few or no affordable options for preschool. And this is a societal problem with decades-long reverberations as children enter school unprepared to succeed. I want to emphasize that the parent participation preschool is valuable for our local community.
Thank you. And I want to be really respectful. Instead of cutting the comments down to 1 minute or doing 2 minutes for each, but we will need to keep you to that. So thank you so much. We appreciate your comments.
Good evening. My name is Judy Arnold, and I'm the teacher at the Theodore Judah Children's Center. My colleagues and I want a seat at the table in the effort to help save our centers. So far, we have contributed ideas in writing, and our managers have incorporated our ideas in their new fee structure proposal. As you know, there's a parent survey underway to obtain perception data from parents about the new fee structure proposal. I'm looking forward to seeing the results. We all are, and I am hopeful that the results will be favorable and the district will move forward with registration. But if the survey results are deemed favorable, my colleagues and I can rest assured that our suggestions contributed to the solution. But in case they are not favorable, we will insist that this is not the end of the line in our effort to save these centers. We will be prepared to collaborate with our managers to present and explore other ideas to work towards solvency. Discussions with parents and among teachers during these past few weeks have already yielded a number of new and viable suggestions. I am confident that in-person collaboration with a diverse group of stakeholders can get us over the hurdle. When it comes to solving big problems in education, collaboration is the standard. Literally. In fact, collaboration is a pillar of the Common Core state standards for students at all grade levels. It appears again and again in our Credential Commission's teacher performance expectations and in the California Administrator Performance Expectations. We are grateful to our managers for valuing and putting trust in our ideas, and we are grateful to all of you board members for listening to our comments, for engaging by email with us, and for all the ways in which you are working with us to help us keep these important centers alive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These are our last comments. So it looks like we have 4 more public comments on this item.
That is correct.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Lisa Shermer. I'm the mother to 2 boys and a new baby soon. We live a block and a half from David Lubin, which is where my oldest son goes to the parent participation preschool. I know we are short on time, so I'll try to keep it to a few key points. So first, I just want to highlight what you guys basically already know, that the research shows the long-term impact of high-quality preschool is going to extend far into the life of the child. So we already know kids are going to benefit from this program. I also think that this is probably the most impactful thing you can do to ensure success of your students, is ensuring that they have access to high-quality preschool. So secondly, we also know that it's more effective and less expensive to address knowledge and skill gaps early. So rather than down the road, if we don't have access to the program, we know this is one of the few reasonably priced programs available to middle-class families. There's not a lot of affordable options for many of us. For low income, there's Head Start. For people with more money, they can afford private preschool. Many of the families in our program either would struggle to afford or couldn't afford a private preschool. So if they were unable to attend preschool, then the schools are then faced with the problem of trying to fill those learning gaps down the road, which is going to take up more resources than it would had we addressed them early. And finally, the special and most unique part of our program is the parent participation, which we've all talked about. So it gets parents involved at the earliest stages, and it gives them the skills and the knowledge to help support their students, support the classrooms that they're in the future. I wanted to highlight that my son is 3.5. So we've been in the program for about a year now. Within 2 months, I knew who the principal was, and I'd spoken with him. I knew all of the staff. Okay, that's my time.
Thank you very much.
Really quickly, I think this is the smartest investment you guys can make.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you. Come on up. I love the mom handoff.
It's always good to have that. So to know that there's a possibility that my daughter, who's 2.5, won't have the opportunity to grow and thrive, and myself as well, in the hands of Miss Anita, as my son has had, it's devastating. I'm a part of the upper, lower class and lower middle class, and it can make things difficult of where you fall in line. I'm a stay-at-home mom who has schooled my kids from birth, and to come across the parent participation has helped me take my knowledge to higher levels, involving my kids and the community we create with the other parents. This program prepares us as parents for true involvement. For the older the age brings, it prepares our children with confidence and skills they need to thrive in the upcoming grades. The demand of what children should know before kindergarten is rising, and it's stressful and ridiculous to expect from children who are not used to a classroom environment to go straight from home to school with an overloaded kindergarten teacher expected to shape them into what they need to be before first grade. We need the program for the future generations so that we have the chance to make our world full of caring, responsible, capable, confident, open-minded young people of our planet. It benefits all of us as a whole, and it starts now at this age where it's most important. Everything we are doing in our world is more advanced and more technical than before. Our kids are advanced at this early age, and our schools should match that.
Thank you. And can we get your name again? I don't believe we have it for the record.
Stacy Witten.
Thank you, Stacy. We appreciate your comments. Now we've got the toy handoff.
Hello, my name is Troy Flint. I'm the parent of a daughter, Ophelia, in the Tahoe Park Elementary Parent Participation Preschool. And as I sat here watching the presentations, I reflected on how great the need of our students is, how impressive some of the programs are that serve those students, and how tragic it is that we're here in this position. We shouldn't be here today as the wealthiest nation in the history of the world, the largest GDP of any state, yet we're here competing with each other, pit against each other, begging for mercy for our programs. And I understand the challenges that you face as a board. I work in education advocacy, Just last month, I was at the Capitol advocating with some of my colleagues, and we had a booth out on the lawn. And there were international tourists who came by and asked us what we were doing, and they couldn't understand being from other countries. And I had to explain to them that here in the US, you have to beg for public education. And that's sad that we're reduced to that. But I'm here to beg because my family is at stake, and more importantly, the families of those even less fortunate, those students who were committed to serving are at stake. And as you know and has been said, research demonstrates that the longest lasting effects in education are those that come to those at the youngest age. And these are the students, when we're making trade-offs, that we have to consider. These are the students who have 14 or 15 years left in this district and who are going to be contributing the most and have the most to gain.
And she's ready to grab the mic right now.
Yes, she is. She would give you a great speech. But I want to refer back to the Local Control Accountability Plan, the LCAP, that's supposed to guide this district. The goals that are stated in that plan are to provide college and career-ready students, to have safe and mentally and emotionally healthy students, and family and community empowerment.
Thank you very much. She really does want that mic.
I might be in the wrong subject, but
It's okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm back again, Amanda Vargas. I spoke with Jacqueline Benini today, and I was really kind of surprised and upset the way she treated the whole situation of what was going on. The first time I spoke, it was like, oh, you'll be accommodated, things will be great. And then it's like, well, the state program can take over your preschool and that'll be okay. And you guys don't want the state to take over. I don't want it either. Like, I want what's best for these kids at the school and these teachers. And I'm just asking you again, please don't close the Bret Hart Children's Center.
Thank you. Oh, did you have more to say?
That was all.
Thank you. So I do want to say this is an information-only item, and I want to once again apologize for having to have these very difficult conversations. I will tell you, I have lost many nights of sleep and shed many tears over the fact that $35 million from cuts means we are impacting some of our most vulnerable students throughout the district. And this is a very difficult reality, but these conversations have to be had, and it doesn't mean that the conversation tonight will result in action. Rather, that this is a conversation about how do we move forward given the fiscal challenges before us. I do want to say to the board, we can open it up for comments and questions, but they will have to be very brief. We did run about an hour over on this item because we wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to make their voices heard.
Can I finish one thing I forgot to say? The phone call ended on, I said, I wanted consistency. My daughter had just started preschool, and I wanted this consistency. And her, to me, was, it is what it is. All through her life, she's going to be changing teachers, and you're just going to have to accept that.
I'm sorry that that was the message you received.
Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you. We have one board member comment from Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you, President Ryan. Aside from school closures in 2013, these last few board meetings have been some of the hardest for all of us. My heart hurts for all of our students and everybody that is going through this with us. The time is now that we need to start working together to close our budget gap. And unfortunately, we don't want to have these conversations. This is the last thing that we want to do. We might just look like these politicians in suits up here, but we really, truly do care about our students and our families and our teachers. You should continue. We have to close a $35 million budget deficit. You should continue asking questions of us and SCTA and holding us all accountable. There's not a single program in this packet that I could say, oh yeah, we could get rid of that. Not a single one. When I go through this, I marked just a few, and I know you said I had to keep it quick, so, for example, parent-teacher home visit, and I won't go through all of them because they're all very important, but, parent-teacher home visit project, I've sat on that, the Sacramento-based board and the national board, and has helped them succeed, and I have seen so many success stories that have come out of the parent participation home visit project. The district-wide athletics, I have been a sports mom since my kids were tiny. I have taught cheer and football. I have ran the sports leagues. I have taught soccer. My husband was a football announcer at the high school. I know the impact of sports for the students that are involved. I have mentored many of these students. And in fact, my own child would not have survived high school without playing high school football. That is what got him through. And I'm sorry if my voice is shaky, I'm quite emotional. The parent participation preschool, I thank you all for coming out. I stood there right with you when you asked for us to stand, and thank you, President Ryan, for standing as well. Being a low-income mother when my kid was young, luckily I had the opportunity for my daughter to attend the parent participation preschool, which allowed me to have a job and make a living. If I didn't have that program, I would not have been able to work a full-time job. I truly do believe that that program shaped me who I am, who I was as a young parent, and having the support of Miss Anita, who I see in the audience, who came up to speak from us. She was my teacher, and she guided us. She made us better. I can tell you that even my own daughter that was in her class still talks about Miss Anita. She's 21 years old now. And she still talks about how that class shaped her, and now she works in public service as an EMT. And I credit that a lot to the program that Miss Anita gave to her. Thank you, Miss Anita. I'm not going to go through any more of these. I have a lot of notes. I'm sorry, because I know we've been going way over, but I'm just going to reiterate. Keep all of us, board members, keep all of us 5 union partners all accountable and have us work together.
Thank you, Christina. Board Member Morawski. I believe that's our final comment.
Thank you. And I know there's so many people waiting to speak, so I will keep it brief as well. So I have been asking, as we sort through this budget crisis, where are the areas of flexibility? Where can we actually cut our unrestricted budget? Because as many of you know, most of our funds are allocated pursuant to ed code minimums, contractual obligations, and things that we as a board can't sit up here and decide to cut. So I've been asking, well, where are they? Where are those places where we can actually cut? And tonight, we've discussed a lot of the programs that are funded through the unrestricted funds that we do have flexibility to cut, and I feel sick. So I just, I want to emphasize to the community members here, to everyone here, that, we all have a lot of skin in the game. My sons, who are in kinder and second grade at Leonardo da Vinci, are who they are because of Miss Phyllis Mosley and Miss Cassandra, who came up here earlier. So I just want our community to know that we take all of these very seriously, and it's really disheartening to see that the flexible areas that we have to cut are the supports that our most vulnerable students need. Because I know if we don't have athletics, I am very lucky to be able to pay for, Land Park Little League or soccer or whatever. And I know that the students who will not be getting the benefit of that, or not be getting the suicide intervention or anything else that they need are the ones who need it the most.
Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I too want to echo the sentiment that this is a very difficult presentation to have, because all of these programs are core programs. There are no luxuries here. We're so beyond having any program that is something that's nice to have. These are just fundamental in terms of engaging and preparing our students. As difficult as it is to hear today, even just as an informational item, and just trying to figure out, and at a subsequent meeting, want to make sure that we understand what the costs are, because we need to keep that in mind as well. I'm also very encouraged by the community who's come out here 3 times already, and wanting to be part of the solution moving forward, wanting to make sure that not only they came up with a proposal, but they submitted it. But if for whatever reason it's still not enough, let's keep talking. I'm very encouraged by that, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank you for being here once again, because that's what it's going to take, is all of us working together and trying to come up with very creative solutions to maintain these services and these programs for our kids. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. We're going now back to our public comment, item 8.0.
So we have 31 public comments.
And if I can ask those of you who are leaving the room, if you can do it quickly, just so we can make sure that we can hear the public commenters who've waited quite a while to be able to speak this evening.
So President Ryan, we have 31 public comments in total. They are broken up into 4 different subject areas. We have 6 related to fiscal solvency, 9 related to a teacher strike, 10 related to a homeless shelter, and 7 general public comments. And we will start by reading the first group of public commenters on fiscal solvency. Marlene Garcia, please come up when you hear your name. Marlene Garcia, followed by Marisol Lavinia, followed by Rosa de Anda, Carolyn Cabillas, Tara Thronson, Martha Alvarez, and Jeff Owen.
Good evening, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening. Thank you, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. I want to thank you for this leadership, your leadership during this difficult time. You continue to serve students first and provide the best possible education. So thank you, and keep fighting the good fight. I'm here tonight because I'm gravely concerned about the future of our schools and the students. Given the current fiscal crisis, we have a $35 million debt, and there's a lot of talk about these wonderful programs that I also agree we should preserve. However, we're talking about only the programs that are residing in the unrestricted funds area. The other part of the puzzle, the 91 cents on every dollar, the restricted part of the funding has not really been discussed. And the only way to address how to reduce that portion of the budget is the only solution to avoid a state takeover. So that's why I'm here, because a state takeover would be absolutely devastating to our schools, to our community, to our economy, and to all these programs that need to serve our students. So under a state takeover, I've seen what happened to Oakland Unified School District. They went into deeper deficits, they lost enrollments, and they had more layoffs, and they lost more programs. We can't allow that to happen in Sacramento. So my heart goes out for the programs, but I would urge all parties, especially the 5 unions, and I know 4 of the 5 unions are willing to step up and talk about how do we reduce the cost of really the biggest part of the budget, the restricted funds, the 91 cents on the dollar. How do we find a solution to spread the pain more equitably across more areas? Because if we do it that way, we won't have to make drastic cuts to programs. And so I'm concerned because 4 of the 5 unions have come up and said we're willing to negotiate. I ask, why haven't the teachers' unions been willing to come to the table? Why aren't they concerned about the impact of a state takeover? So I urge all unions to come to the table.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and members of the board. My name is Marisol Aviña. I'm here as a community member who's also very concerned about a potential state takeover of our schools. We all know the history that has happened with other school districts that have gone under, that the impact will be heavily felt by students of color, low-income students, and that is of great concern to me. I am here representing, members of the community that look like me, growing up as an English learner, as immigrant parents who didn't know how to access the system, and be a voice for me, who was an English learner and low-income student. And I just want to urge all parties to come together and really work towards a solution. If we have 4 of the 5 unions that are ready and willing to take a shared sacrifice, why can't we have all 5 at the table and really coming together towards a solution? We have a great equity champion in Superintendent Aguilar. We've seen improved graduation rates and improved college readiness under his leadership, and really would love to see more of that happen here in Sacramento. And so I just want to urge everyone to come together to save our Sacramento schools and to be part of the solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marisol.
Good evening, Jesse, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. I'm here as a member of the community. I'm very concerned about what's going on with this district. I would like to thank you first and foremost for your guidance to guide the district through this very, very difficult period. You're doing a good job, I think. Thank you very much for that. I know it's painful. I know that there's going to be a lot of pain that's going to be spread out among various constituent groups. My main message tonight is that all key players, and that includes all teacher unions, come to the table and work with you to find solutions to this budget crisis. My hope is that through that collaborative process, we can spread the pain around so that we're not seeing so many of these wonderful programs just disappear. So thank you very much for all of your work, and I hope you can pull everyone together.
Thank you very much.
President Ryan, board members, Superintendent Aguilar, I'm Caroline Cabillas, and I live in the district. A state takeover would put loans first and our schools and our programs, like the incredible programs that were presented, second. The district's facing a potential of a state takeover and layoffs if the budget can't be balanced. To do so, all stakeholders must agree on an intended outcome. To do so, they have to agree on that core outcome first. Then the discussion can focus on how to reach the outcome quickly to preclude a state takeover. All other issues need to be secondary at this time until we get to that core decision. The budget deficit is $35 million. The district pays 91 cents on every dollar for benefits and salaries. So where the flexibility is not in dealing with these smaller budgeted programs that are so incredibly important, but the real flexibility is looking at salaries and benefits. The budget is not sustainable under any circumstance at any time. The crisis of salaries, healthcare costs, and pensions consuming the budget is no secret. 4 out of 5 unions have put schools first by committing in principle to adjust their benefits and salaries in order to help solve this budget problem. CTA leadership must also agree that schools come first and come to the table as a problem-solving partner. Second, CTA leadership has lashed out at our superintendent personally. The budget problem at Sac Unified was here long before our superintendent arrived. He's creating positive change, as you heard from one of the other speakers, in this predominantly low-income area, and the students of color are being affected most. And you've heard that from all of the parents, too. This current graduation rate surpasses the state average. The Latinx College Readiness Program has increased, and so many other students are on track to realize their dreams. It begs the question, why is CTA leadership trying to get rid of our superintendent when he's not the problem? A state takeover that puts loan payments first and schools second is the problem we should be focusing on.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Thronson, and I'm a parent of 2 students in the Sac Unified School District. I came here on a whim tonight to take our kitchen table conversations out into the public. I'm not sure if this is the right venue, but my ask is that you and all 5 unions come together and solve this problem. I don't know what the solution is, but as a parent watching this, it feels like we're watching all of us riding down a river together, coming to a fiscal cliff, and everyone's fighting or not talking to each other, when we need to be rowing together towards a solution. Because this problem is going to be solved, and I do not want the state to be the one solving the problem. Because all of us in this room, we know the needs of our kids, we know the needs of our parents, we know the needs of our families, and we're gonna make those tough decisions with those kids in mind and needs in mind. Also, as other people have said, a state takeover, we're just gonna be spending money outside of the classroom, outside of the teachers, to pay back debt. The threat of a strike, to me, I have no idea how that is working towards a solution. I just see it continuing to drive a wedge in all our relationships. I can tell there is deep mistrust and wounds. I do not understand the history. I'm not sure that I need to know the history, but all I'm doing is asking all of our leaders with the district and with the unions to behave in the way that we are modeling for our students. Just come together in good faith, work together, and just please solve this problem. And if there's any way that us as parents can help you with this, please tell us, because we feel just afloat in having our conversations, talking to each other, and have no path to help solve this. So please, if we can help, let us know.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Marta Alvarez, and I am here as a community member. I have lived in Trustee Area Number 1 for the past decade, over 10 years. It's my second board meeting in Sacramento School District, and I came because I'm very concerned about the crisis that's happening in the schools regarding the $35 million deficit. I understand that there's been a lot of efforts by the school board over the years to try to ensure that there's focus about student needs, and I continue to believe that the work you're doing is going to ensure that students have what they need. I appreciated the presentation today talking about the program that would be at loss. I think it's a good reminder again that 91 cents on every dollar spent on teacher salaries and classified employees and benefits, it's well-intentioned. We need to support our teachers and other members of the community, staff members, but at the same time, we need to focus about student needs. Students like myself who are English learners, low-income backgrounds, their needs are going to be most affected. I believe that all community members are concerned because we know that the state takeover, it would be a significant loss to our students in Sacramento School District. We also need to stop the negative rhetoric coming from some of the parties on the outside, including SCTA, that is not productive. We need to urge all parties to come to the table to ensure that what's best for students is really, that we focus on that. We need the school district to find a better financial footing so that the focus can continue to be on supporting students in the classroom, in teaching and learning. I appreciate the unions who have come to the table, the 4 groups who are willing to negotiate, and I urge SCTA to do the same in order to ensure that the state does not take over the schools. Lastly, I also echo the comments. Superintendent Aguilar has been a true blessing for the community here in Sacramento, focusing on social justice and equity, and we cannot afford to lose him. So with that, thank you for what you do, and thank you for putting students first.
Thank you.
As we wait for Mr. Owen to come up, I'd like to call up the next 5.
Okay.
Anna Molander, followed by Aaron Duarte, David Fisher, Scott Chase, and Alice Mercer.
Mr. Owen?
Good evening, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and board members. My name is Jeff Owen. I'm the Executive Director of City Year Sacramento. Our program serves the students at Leotato Floyd, Father Keith Buchanan, Oak Ridge Elementary, Rosa Parks, and Fern Bacon. As you know, our teams of 8 to 16 AmeriCorps service members serve at those schools as positive role models, academic tutors, and positive role models. They are on campus for 10 hours a day, every day of the week. They start by greeting kids in the morning and energizing them in the school. They engage with them out on the blacktop and play, and in classrooms where they are partnered with teachers in grades 3 through 8. They support teachers by circulating around the classroom as the lesson is delivered, working individually with students who might be struggling to stay focused or having trouble grasping that day's lesson. Our service members, in collaboration with their teachers, identify students struggling with attendance, behavior, English, and math, and create focus lists of 10 to 12 students, providing them additional personalized individual and small group instruction throughout the week. Our partner teachers say that our service members in the classroom help them feel successful and ensure every child gets the emotional and academic support they need. Finally, our members serve in support of our after-school providers, leading homework sessions, providing extra one-on-one tutoring, and running activities. I'm here because you are discussing the deep cuts that may need to happen to the unrestricted programs that are doing meaningful work and jeopardize the impact results that City Year and others are having. Many of our service members become teachers, including at the schools that we serve at. We are currently laying plans on how to deepen our impact and expand our program using the data system that's been employed by the district. I've also worked with many districts, including Vallejo and Inglewood, where there are deep scars from that program. Damage has been done to families and staff. The trustees there care about academic outcomes, but are really there to only make cuts, are not there for the long run, and have no ties to the academic outcomes in the long run. I'm asking you to sit down with the union and teachers. You are not opponents. Work in an interest-based bargaining framework. You are the caretakers of our children's future and everyone that wants to help you make it a bright one.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Ms. Molander?
So it's funny, I also didn't sleep a whole lot last night when I heard about the teacher strike. And I was up all night composing just a scorching barn burner of a speech for today. And pyrotechnics and all. And something happened this morning, and I set it aside. And I need you to hear me now. No one can hear you when they're yelling. But you, as the people who have the power in this situation, have a greater responsibility. And that's why, when my daughter told me this morning, "Mommy, I can't hear you when you're yelling at me," it was up to me to kneel down and talk to her. I needed to slow down. I needed to be the one to reflect inside, because I held the power in that situation. You hold the power in this situation. This is your contract that you negotiated. This is not the first time we've been here before with our contracts. In fact, as somebody who's been deeply involved in the district for a lot longer than many of you, except for Mr. Wu, I know that this is the same thing that happens on every contract. It's time for you to offer the olive branch. It's time for you to swallow your pride. It's time for you to come to the table and listen. I want to make one point here. The teachers have been there, many of them 30 years, way longer than any of us here. And they have been closely watching the way the dollars are spent. When you have so many superintendents, when you have so many chief budget officers, there's no way to be fiscally responsible if you're not doing the oversight. And if you choose not to do that, at least listen to those who have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Molander.
Good evening, David Fisher, President of the Sacramento City Teacher Association. As educators, it's our responsibility to be role models and teach our students the valuable life lessons, including such fundamental beliefs as honor your agreements and obey the law. I had a brief clip. Were you going to be able to show that 15-second clip? That's something I think we can agree on, that board member.
As board president and the mother of 2 children in our schools, I want to be very clear that the Board of Education will not approve a budget that hurts students. Our students didn't cause this budget deficit, and we will not balance the budget on their backs. As board president and the mother...
All right. I want to say that it's something we absolutely agree with. However, decimating child development is balancing the budget on their backs. Laying off 163 certificated and more than 200 classified is balancing the budget on their backs. Refusing to honor your agreements to use approximately up to $16 million in potential health plan savings for services for kids, including lowering class sizes, more school psychologists and nurses, is balancing the budget on their back. I want to just repeat that for a second. When we signed this visionary agreement, we didn't just demand services for students. We said we will find the resources. It won't cost the district an extra dime, and we agreed to change our health benefits to add these services for students. This is exactly what the district now is reneging on. And that 91%, what if we took that $16 million from our health benefits that we agreed to use for students and use it towards students? Wouldn't that help that 91% that we keep hearing over and over about? You agreed to do it. You signed off to do it. Let's do it. The new normal in Sac City seems to be to say one thing and then do the other. On behalf of students and to ensure that the district's actions are lawful and match up to your rhetoric, the almost 3,000 members of the Sacramento City Teachers Association are officially giving you notice that of our intention to strike the district for one day, April 11th, to protest the district's unlawful actions. Thank you.
My name is Scott Chase. This is a self-inflicted budget crisis. At no time in the history of this district has this district had this amount of revenue. The annual budget is now over $500 million, $504 million to be exact. Where did the money come from? In 2013, the state of California changed how it funds public schools. It gives more money to school districts that have high levels of children living in poverty, high levels of children living who are limited English speaking, high levels of children living in foster care homes. What does it mean? Well, it means that in 2013 and 2014, this district had a budget of $381 million. Now it has a budget of $504 million. It's over $500 million. What did the district do with the money? I can tell you what the district did with the money with some numbers. In 2013 and 2014, you had 40,000 students, but you had 166 total administrators. Now you have 38,700 students, 1,300 less, but you have 274 administrators, an extra 108 administrators, each earning an annual salary, a total compensation of $158,000. And what's the district's answer to this? The district's answer is to not honor our contract. This is my 30th year in the district. I was a member of the bargaining team. I sat through all 34 bargaining member meetings. We agreed to a mutual agreement on November 6, 2017. On 1 week from today, 2,800 teachers are going to walk off their job. And the reason they're going to walk off the job because this district is choosing to value administrative bloat over honoring our contract. This is not a budget problem. This is a priority problem. This is a priority problem. It's time to get our priorities straight. Joe Biden once said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value."
Thank you.
By that measure, you value administrative bloat.
Thank you.
My name is Alice Mercer, and I'm a teacher over at Hubert Bancroft Elementary. The district is refusing to honor our contract with them by failing to implement class size reductions and other improvements in services to students with savings from mutually agreed upon health plan savings. I'm asking the board, and specifically you, Board Member Vang, do you support this action by your superintendent? If you don't support this, what have you done to stop it? This is your responsibility and duty as board members. Are you okay with walking away from a signed contract? Because that is not okay with our teachers, our students, and our communities. Thank you.
Do we have any other public comments at this time?
We're about halfway through public comment. The next 5 speakers are Kara Seinhorst, Laura Shirley, Victoria Carr, Raquel Molina Tucson, and Teresa Hernandez.
I want to start by thanking all the speakers that have gone before me, particularly the first group of speakers who helped me win District Talking Point Bingo. I want to say that the district has backtracked on the contract to implement the mutually agreed upon salary structure and even sued teachers to prevent them arbitrating as required by the contract. And I'm asking the board, and specifically you, Board Member Minnick, do you support this action by your superintendent? If you don't support this, what have you done to stop it? It's your responsibility and your duty as a board member. Are you okay with walking away from a signed contract? Because it's not okay for teachers, our students, and our communities. And I have one more thing. I'd like to know if the other 4 out of 5 unions are working with you to find savings. Can you name $1 they've saved?
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Victoria Carr. I'm a teacher in the district, single parent of 3 children. 2 attend this district and 1 is going to join next year. I wanted to start off actually by addressing board member President Jesse Ryan. I can't always stay because of my children, but I watch all the board meetings. At the last board meeting, you mentioned something about people having to suggest that you cut your pay to fix the budget, but you make only $770 a month. I could use $770 a month. Only was your word that you used. With the 7 of you up here, times 777, times 10 months, that's $53,900. That's a teacher's salary that you could bring back, or you can contribute to the after-school programs that you're considering cutting. It's actually quite sad how little this district board and superintendent do care about children. The fact that we negotiated the contract for our children to have all of these healthcare savings applied to smaller class sizes, nurses, counselors, psychologists, and other necessities, you back down on your agreement because all of you couldn't balance a budget. But if you look out here, you have several teachers who can do that job for you. Board member Mai Vang, you also said at the last board meeting, as you looked at superintendent, you said, I want you to do everything possible to avoid a strike. He wasted our Thursday last week. FICMAC was also here and told you that it was your fault that we are here where we are, the district's fault that we are here where we are. So what I say to you is that you need to fix this problem and stop sacrificing the needs of our students.
Teresa.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Teresa Hernández y soy madre de un estudiante de Luther Burbank.
Good evening. Good evening, my name is Teresa Hernandez and I am a mother of a student at Luther Burbank.
Y estoy aquí porque quiero expresar mi rechazo a que pongan un albergue de indigentes casi enfrente de la escuela de mi hija.
I am here to express my rejection to build a homeless shelter in front of my children's and daughter's school.
Quiero dejar bien claro que ni los padres de Luther Burbank, ni el personal de Luther Burbank, ni mi persona estamos en contra de que se les ayude a esta gente.
I want to make clear that all the parents of the students at Luther Burbank are not against the homeless or to help them.
No somos activistas, no pertenecemos a ninguna organización, solamente somos unos padres y madres preocupados por la seguridad de nuestros hijos.
We are not activists or an organization. We are parents with concern for the safety of our children and our community.
Señoras, señores, señoritas, yo les pido a ustedes que por favor, la poca seguridad que tienen nuestros hijos, que no la pierdan.
Members of the board, I plead and I ask that you help us as our district, that you are not permitting that the little security that our children have be affected.
Que nos ayuden a que este albergue sea construido fuera de una zona escolar.
Please help us. Do not let them build a shelter that is close to our children's school and in our school zone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa.
Okay, I'm going to call up the next 5 public commenters. Please line up in order. Yesenia Vargas, followed by Laura Barajas, Susana Bravo, Katia Medina, Armando Jimenez.
Good evening, Yesenia.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Yesenia Vargas.
Good evening, my name is Yesenia Vargas.
Tengo 3 hijos que estudian en este distrito.
I have 3 children that study in this district.
Uno de ellos asiste a Luther Burbank High School.
One of them assists and attends Luther Burbank.
Cerca de ahí piensan hacer un refugio para indigentes en la estación Florin Road.
They are going to build a homeless shelter near Luther Burbank.
Yo como madre estoy preocupada por la seguridad de mi hija.
I, as a mother, am very worried for the security of my children and my daughter.
Si llegan a poner ese albergue, tendré que tomar la decisión de sacar a mis hijos de las escuelas cerca al refugio.
If they choose to build the shelter, I will need to take action and take my children out of school and not have them attend because of the shelter.
Y estoy aquí a que me escuchen.
I am here to be listened.
Y si ustedes podrían hacer algo,
Please do something.
ya que también les afectaría.
Due to the fact that this will also affect you as a district too.
Porque yo no sería el único padre que piensa en tomar dicha decisión.
I am not the only parent that will plan to take action in this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Laura Barajas. Tengo 2 hijas, una en la preparatoria y Burbank y otra en el colegio. Mi preocupación es que mis hijas caminan diario para tomar el transporte del tren y en la área donde yo vivo pues no tengo carro, yo tengo todos los días camino por esa área y mi preocupación es que ya hemos tenido 2 problemas.
Hello, good evening. My name is Laura Barajas. I have 2 daughters that attend Luther Burbank. My concern is that my daughters walk to get RT transportation, and that is near where they plan to build the shelter, and that is near where I live. I have no car, and I walk near there every single day.
Y ya mis hijas han tenido un susto por un indigente. No sé cómo vayan a reaccionar su comportamiento otra vez de regresar a ese incidente que tuvimos el año pasado. No estoy en contra de que lo pongan cercas.
So my daughters have a concern because there was a problem with one of the homeless, and they feel that their safety is in jeopardy.
Lo que a mí me preocupa es volver a esa historia de que les tocó pasar a mis hijas, pero si se puede poner un poquito más retirado de la escuela y del área del transporte de los estudiantes.
She wishes that their daughters or her daughters not go through the same thing that happened last year. So if they could please think about another place to have this homeless shelter built. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments at this time?
Yes, we do. We have Susana Bravo, Katia Medina, Armando Jimenez, Rocio Williams, Brenda Kimber, and I'll just go ahead and read the rest, Sally Manduhan, Angie Sutherland, Cecile Nunley, Kenya Martinez, Shanna Just, Esther Morris, and Benita Ayala.
Okay. And I know that we have several on the same comment, on the same topic. If any of you want to combine your comments, feel free to do that as well.
Thank you. Good evening, Mrs. Jason, and good evening, good afternoon, Mr. Aguilar, and all the board of the members. My name is Rocio Williams, and I'm over here with the rest of the parents to support it because I'm greatly concerned. My daughter, I'm a mother to 2 children. One of my sons is special needs, is autistic. My daughter is 15 years old, and she going to school for 8 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes she leaving at 7 o'clock to a sport and a lot of activities they're doing in the school. And she really had to walk so many times to the school, because there's a store a couple miles from the school. And so she walked with a lot of kids. And I'm very, very concerned because the building of this, this proposal. So please, Mr. Jorge Aguilar, helping us, because this is not safe for our children. Our children need to be in a place when they be safe, they be able to walk. In the winter time, at 5 o'clock, it's already dark. And we don't want it. And another big concern is because a lot of these persons that I don't have nothing against them, I'm working in the medical field too. So they're not even registered. We don't even know if they are sex offenders. And as a mother, this is a very, very concern for us. We're not against to build it in a place, but no close to the school. This is not possible. To do it close to the school is put our kids in danger. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Nunley?
Good evening again, and I hope that I get this right because I feel so very strongly about it. The first thing that I wanted to say is thank you, Superintendent Aguilar, for your courage and even coming here. Because when you first came to this district, I'm not sure you realized how difficult it was going to be here. So thank you very much for stepping up to the plate because it's been great. I remember when you started and you said you were a disruptor of the systems, and I love that. And I've tried to hold you accountable to that. So I can be your critic as well as your supporter, but I'm a huge supporter of you. And I just think that it's so important that there be someone who says that. I also told you that shortly, I think at the beginning of this fiscal year, that the honeymoon was going to be over. Boy, is it over. There's a lot of cultural changes that have to take place in this district, and it's very difficult. And when you're a disruptor who's trying to change a lot of systems, you take a lot of the heat. So I applaud you for that because you are a huge asset to this district. And I want to be sure if there's nobody else that's saying it, and I was so glad others did as well, and of course that's not surprising, but you have someone here who's a huge supporter of you, that you really are an asset to this district. And I want to remind all of the board members, I remember all of you, I admonished all of you, except for the new ones who are here now, that you please support Superintendent Aguilar because he's going to need it, because we could see those difficult times coming ahead. So I really want to say just thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. You've been a true asset to this district.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley.
Hi, I'm Shanna Just, a teacher at Luther Burbank High School. And I heard a lot earlier today about 4 of the 5 unions, but not a single one of those 4 actually has a signed agreement to reduce healthcare costs. We do. And the reason you're refusing to honor that agreement is because we designated those healthcare costs to go to service to students. And that's the part of the agreement you don't wish to uphold. We also heard her talk about SEL, and Luther Burbank has embraced SEL since its beginning. And one of the key components that we teach our students in SEL is that you keep your word and you honor the agreements you make. And our students are savvy enough to know that you don't make new agreements with somebody who won't keep the original ones. And so by dishonoring our contract, the contract you signed and the contract that most of you approved, you are not only dishonoring your teachers and your counselors and your school psychologists and your nurses, you are dishonoring our students and our families that savings are supposed to go to provide services for. So I encourage you, if you want us to work with you, you've got to show that you're trustworthy to work with. And until you honor our agreement, you are dishonoring all of us, and every single family member, every single student, and every single community member. Thank you.
So Benita Ayala has given me her time.
Okay. Is Benita here tonight?
Yeah, she's back there.
Oh, hi, Benita. See you back there.
I'm reading this letter on behalf of Renee Webster Hawkins. Dear members of the board, please accept this statement that I am reading on behalf of Renee Webster Hawkins, who could not be here tonight due to work travel. On March 24th, I submitted a Public Records Act request soliciting the supplemental financial audit of the district's special education expenditures and budget. The supplemental audit was announced to the LCAP Advisory Committee in January by Dr. Quinto, the Chief Budget Officer, to be prepared as a follow-up to the fiscal audit prepared by Mr. Fine. In response to my Public Records Act request, staff admitted that the district possesses the supplemental audit, but is choosing not to disclose it, claiming that it is the public interest to not disclose it. I beg to differ. I believe this school community has learned recently that it is not in the best interest to withhold important fiscal information from student groups who will be impacted by fiscal decisions, but rather that it is important to include them in the problem solving. You recall the staff recommended to you that you cut the child development programs, reduce key staff positions in those programs, and announce the potential for layoffs of the staff in those programs. It was only after you acted on this staff recommendation that important financial information about those programs was shared with parents and teachers. It was only after lengthy and passionate public outcry that you directed staff to work with parents and staff who offered help to rework the fee structure. That work, that engagement with the impacted community should have happened first before staff recommended that you cut essential services. Now here we go again. Staff is withholding the special education fiscal data from the Community Advisory Committee, who can be a resource to you as you consider whether there are ways to reduce special education expenditures while continuing to improve services and outcomes for students with disabilities. The district has an obligation to consult with the CAC 30 days before you approve the special education annual budget and service plan in June. And as of this time is of the essence, and the CAC and the disability community to meaningfully engage in that proposal, especially in light of the fiscal crisis. Also, the LCAP PAC must be engaged in any fiscal-driven decisions that will result in changes to the goals and activities related to the Special Education Services Plan and the forthcoming annual update to the LCAP. Please direct staff to do the right thing and disclose the special education fiscal audit.
Thank you, Kenya. We'll follow up on that request. I was unaware of it.
Wait a minute, I have my own comment.
Okay.
So I've been coming to these board meetings for well over a year now, and I would say that I now have I would call it a bachelor's degree in Sac City Unified School District. That's what I'm going to give myself. And what I recognize right now with this fiscal crisis that is about to happen is this district does not have a bottom-up approach. Meaning, you need to speak to the teachers union, you need to speak to the parents, you need to speak to the community advisors, and like I have tasked all of you, you need to come to school sites and actually see what is happening and what is going on. One of the things that I think why this district continues to fail is because there is always autonomy at the site level. There is not universal structure. You need to get rid of the autonomy. I've seen it over and over again. This is why our district is failing. There's overlapping in expenditures at every site level. There's mismanagement, misappropriation of funds that are happening at every site level, but because there's no oversight and there's no accountability, this is why our district continues to fail. So I would suggest that if you can, before you make any final recommendation, go to some of these individual sites, especially the 5% ones that are in the low income, to see what is happening. That's my plea.
Kenya.
Thank
we appreciate that.
Good evening, board. Please come to my site. I I'm sorry. I'm here to speak on behalf of 28 students from Sacramento New Tech High School and also my colleagues too. I have appealed to every level of administrative structure between my site administrator and my superintendent, and my superintendent has been the only one to graciously respond. Unfortunately, I don't think that his middle management shares his vision of equity, and I wanted to just report back. In November 2018, I notified the SPED department the site leader was redirecting SPED-funded resources away from students. Nothing really became of it. I was put in the awkward position of educating my evaluator, which was unwelcome. But in the name of equity, I persisted. It took 4 months of meetings, emails, late nights, but it was finally admitted that 28 students were owed roughly 950 hours of compensatory services. Now we are at less than 9 weeks in the school year, and here's what's been accomplished. There has been a spreadsheet that has given totals for each student. Not all of the parents have been notified. The staff has not been told what the compensatory minutes, how that evolved and how that implicates the site. No plan for restitution has been offered to them, except asking teachers to change grades if they think that it's something that they can justify. There are approximately 7 students on my caseload who are still not being served because the comp ed is only being directed to students whose parents have complained. I don't see the equity in that. We're publicly funded, we're mandated to serve every student equally, whether their parents are sophisticated enough to come here and make their issues known or not. I think as public servants, we owe them more. Sorry, just 2 more comments. One student was redirected to American Legion School after disclosing that he was not given his compensatory minutes. Another one of my students was bullied, injured, and suspended for an incident that could be tied right back to his IEP goal.
Thank you. And Angie's only going to do a 1-minute comment.
Yeah, I'm less than a minute. So I'm Angie Sutherland. I'm here to support the students that Sally is speaking about. I don't know what's going on here, but this is mismanagement. These services are funded through special education, and the fact that they were diverted to other duties is a huge red flag of what is going on in our district. And I'm glad Kenya read Renee's letter. I'm just disgusted by that we can't have access to that special education budget audit. I've been with the CAC since 2010, and I've never seen anything other than a 1-page little thing showing a budget plan. Where are the actuals? Where are the expenditures? Do you guys even know? Because we sure don't, and it's not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Allen. I've been a teacher in this district for 33 years, and we're here to represent our staff at Alice Burney Public Waldorf School. As educators, we all know that children learn best when content is presented through multiple learning modalities. It's our sincere hope this modality presented here tonight will strike a chord in all of you.
You are our school board and superintendent. You make us sad though and very mad when you don't honor your agreed upon contract. Won't you please make it right again? The other day, board, as I was teaching, I dreamt I had your full support. When I logged into my district email, I just hung my head and cried.
As teachers at our school, we consider it an honor and privilege to serve our students and the children in our classrooms every day. And each day as we walk through the door of our rooms, we ask ourselves, are we worthy of their time, their attention, and their efforts? And we would not be worthy of all of those things if we didn't do everything in our power to make sure that our agreed upon contract was followed through on.
I just want to say that teachers don't want to strike. We do not want this to happen. We want to be with our students. We work 10 to 12 hours, 14 hours a day plus weekends. We have earned the contract that was signed, and we are demanding it.
This is the last public comment.
Thank you. Then we're moving on then to item 9.2, approve cash flow report related to the 2018-2019 second interim financial report.
Good evening again, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar. I'm Mari Watkins, Accounting Services Director for the district. Please allow me to introduce Tamara Sanchez, Associate Superintendent of Business Services from the Sacramento County Office of Education, who will be presenting this item for approval of our second interim cash flow.
And thank you for being so patient with us this evening.
You're welcome. Board members, Superintendent Aguilar. That does not look like, okay. So first of all, in a normal situation where you have a school district that has a positive budget certification, when you think of cash flows, you look at them for very minor issues. You're looking to make sure that your expenditures don't have a different timing than your revenues and that you're able to make your expenditure payments. And so there's short-term borrowing that you can do if there's property taxes that you're waiting for and things like that. So think about it like you would your own personal finances, that you have some bills that you have to pay this week and your paycheck doesn't come in for 2 more weeks. And so you get maybe a line of credit or something and you use that to pay your expenditures that you have this week. And then 2 weeks from now, you get your paycheck finally and you go in and you pay the line of credit back. And so in a normal situation, those are the kind of short-term borrowings that are available to school districts. In this situation, where you have a school district with a negative budget certification, we have to think of cash flow in a different way. Cash flow statements are a trigger for the legislative process. It's not a measure, it's not a very big measure when we're determining the quality of a budget. Deficit spending, the amount of reserves you have, those are the things we look at when we're looking at the quality of a budget. But a cash flow statement is very important to the County Office of Education in performing our oversight work under the Education Code. And it's also very important when you're looking at the emergency appropriations process. So while it is important for the this Board of Education and your district employees to be apprised of the cash situation, it is important that you focus on balancing the budget more than you worry about the cash flow. That being said, I am here to apprise you of your cash flow situation tonight. So in your board packet, you received cash flow items. There's 6 pages of it. We can start on the first page. The first 2 pages are for the 2018-19 cash flows. And if you start on page 1, up in the left-hand column, you see that the beginning cash balance is $75 million. If you go to the second page and the bottom of the June column, you see that your ending cash that is projected for this year is $45 million. So the good news is that you didn't have negative cash at any point during the year. The bad news is you went from $75 million to $45 million. A $30 million decrease is very big. So if we go on to the 1920 year, which starts on page 3,
This is where we start to see some differences, and this is what I'd like to bring to your attention. Again, you start out the year, at the top of page 3, you can see your beginning cash is $45 million. And then almost immediately, you see that you go into some negative cash in October, November, and December. If this were a private business, you would be bankrupt in October. You would shut your doors. You're a school district, and so because of that, you keep your cash in the county treasurer. Therefore, you have options that are not available to other businesses. So I want to tell you about that option. The county treasurer has something called dry period financing, and it happens automatically. You don't have to do a thing, you don't have to fill out a paper, you don't have to apply anything, you don't have to check a box, you don't have to do anything. What the county treasurer does is they look at your potential property taxes, what they're estimating that they will collect on your behalf in December and pay to you in January. They take that estimate, they multiply it times 80%, and they will allow you to have a negative cash balance up to that. Think of it like a short-term loan. So if you, as an example, if you had potential property taxes of $50 million, 80% of that would be $40 million, and they would let your cash balance go negative by $40 million. So when you look at what happens in October, November, and December, you see that you will probably have enough dry period financing to get you through the fall. So what you've been able to do is kick the emergency can to the spring. So if you go to page 4, you see at the bottom of the page that you have some months that are positive and some months are negative, but they're all very small numbers. The disturbing thing about this page is you are a $550 million business, and you can't let your cash get to these kind of levels. The fluctuations and the cash needs of a business of this size are too much. So if you say you're going to have $300,000 in February, to me that means you could have $10 million or it means you could have a negative $10 million. The fluctuations are just too great here. We've let this get too far on this one. So the whole time from February on is a problem, and that's what we are looking at very seriously at the county office. And then if you go on to page 5 and 6, that's your years 20 and 21, and that it never has positive cash flow. So budgets are prepared on annual periods, but cash flows are prepared on monthly periods, and that's why it is so difficult to predict this part of your business. It's easy to predict when the state apportionments will be received and when salary and benefits will be paid, but the timing of the other transactions is not easy to predict. The district has very little control on exactly which month the non-apportionment revenues will be received, and goods and services purchased by the district could also have variances in the timing of the expenditures. So tonight, you are looking at cash flows that are presented, and you have the actual numbers through January of 2019, and then what staff does is they take typical trends and they go forward from there. But it's really hard to determine exactly, and we expect to have a lot of fluctuations. So at the county office, what we will be looking for going into 1920 is that your cash flow documents will be updated. We will look to see that they're updated frequently, but we also expect that fluctuations will occur. So in summary, the current year remains in a positive cash situation, but there are changes for 1920. We would expect there would be improvement if there was some sort of good news in the May revise from the governor. That would certainly help your cash situation. Mm-hmm. If the board makes more budget reductions, that will help your cash situation. But currently, what we are looking at tonight, we continue to project that the district will run out of cash in the 1920 fiscal year. Cash aside, we need the district to make $35 million of budget reductions by July 1st of 2019 in order to not worsen its budget situation. And a district with a positive budget has more cash flow solutions than a district with a negative. Mm-hmm. So if you have questions, I can answer them. If not, thank you for your time tonight.
Do we have any public comments on this item?
We do. We have one from Cecile Nunley.
Thank you.
You didn't think I could let this
Of
pass?
course, no. A former CBO, you have to speak.
Yes. It's very concerning, obviously, because the report was November before. Now you're October, so you've moved it up a month. Obviously, you all know and you've heard over and over and over that if it gets to this point, it's game over. And probably if it doesn't happen before June, it's game over because the legislature needs time to actually move this through. So I'm hopeful that there is a plan, and I know I've been asking about a plan, and you have all of those items, all of those programs that no one wants to see and that are very, very difficult coming forward. But I think it absolutely needs to be a plan out there that people need to grapple with and start making those difficult realizations. You've had people up here a number of times, and I think they've been so brave to call out that you need all 5 of the bargaining groups up here. And that was so brave of everyone to be up here. And I think you have to put that slash and burn plan out there because people need to know what the consequences are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nunley. At this time, we're going to take questions and comments from board members. I know that we have a couple already. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions. In the memo to the board on this item, there is a sentence about this cash flow sort of reflecting revisions since the second interim report was presented. So I just wonder if you can maybe share what some of those revisions were in terms of assumptions or trends that, I think it's on page 1 on the overview. It's the agenda 9 point towards the end, the bottom of the page.
So to speak to the cash flow that was prepared and is presented tonight, there are no revisions to the budget information from second interim. This is a cash flow based on those same assumptions that were presented and approved in the second interim report.
Okay. Now, I understand that we were supposed to see a cash flow report at that time, but we did not. So nothing has changed since then, and this is just a report based on that. Okay. Okay, thank you. And then on the actual sheets here, please. So for 2018-19, I see some pretty big fluctuations in terms of beginning cash from month to month. And there are really big dips, for example, from, minor dips from between maybe July and August, but a $9.6 million I guess, dip or decline from August to September from 74 to 64, and then just a minor dip from September to October, but another big one between October and November. So what's happening in those months?
So as mentioned by Associate Superintendent Sanchez, there is a lot of variability in when we receive the timing of our funds. The predominant funding that we get is our state apportionment, and there's a established cycle from the state on as to when we receive that and when it's deposited. And so that accounts for the fluctuation of the timing of our revenue as compared to the equalization of our expenditures that we make predominantly in payroll, salaries and benefits.
So that's fluid throughout the year, and it changes from year to year, or do you normally get your revenue from the state every February or every April, or does that change from year to year too?
It doesn't change from year to year, but there's an established schedule that the state provides our state apportionment for our LCFF funding. The variability comes into the other sources of funds at state and federal level, depending on the source of the grant and the timing of the reporting.
And they could also extend to some of the local revenue?
Yes.
Okay. Another Another area that I sort of picked up on in terms of the beginning budget and then how it moves from month to month are around books and supplies. I just wanted to focus on the ones that I think were not part of an agreement. So books and supplies and also services, books and supplies at 28.6 million, services at 76.8 million. So just wondering, how do we know what all of that entails? I see that there are expenditures from month to month related to books and supplies, but how do we know how much we spend from year to year? And then that budget item was higher in a subsequent year, and if we see declining enrollment, how do we have a higher budgeted amount for books and supplies?
So I don't want to speak too much to the budget component of this item because we're presenting the cash and the budget was presented with the second interim. But in general, there are assumptions made when building those budgets. The timing with respect to the spend of the cash and how we project that is based off of trend data of what we've seen our actual expenditures to have been in prior periods. Mm-hmm. And we use that trend data to project out our expended spend and cash flow based on the budgeted figures.
And so when they're, for example, for books and supplies, if you don't spend what you projected to spend, what happens to that dollar amount? Does it get rolled over or does it stay in that?
It depends on the source of the funding that's going to pay for those costs. So in some cases, if it's from state funding that allows carryover, that would carry over into the next fiscal period. But in other cases, if it's unrestricted and it hasn't been spent, then there's a new budget established in the next period and that would drop to the bottom line.
And do we anticipate that happening with some of these object codes?
With object codes or specific
or,
to
you know,
books
like
and
the
supplies?
series 4000, so books and supplies. I'm wondering if we can anticipate some savings there that could then be carried over.
We are looking at those possible options in those areas and have discussed that. Our year-over-year trend data does provide some evidence of that spend occurring and not all of it occurring by fiscal year end. So all of that's currently being evaluated as we tackle our structural deficit, yes.
Okay. And it would be the same analysis going into the 5,000, so for services?
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to figure out when we buy textbooks, because I would think that by April, it's not likely that we'll purchase textbooks.
Yes, and that category includes more than just books. There's supply items, instructional materials, as well as supplies at the school sites, yes.
Okay. But those probably happen earlier in the academic year as opposed to later, or do they?
They do happen throughout the year. Books may happen at a certain structured timing year over year, but supplies are purchased throughout the year.
Okay, and then I had a couple of other questions. So I also noticed on that same sheet that I think it's with the employee benefits, there's also a really big increase from month to month, and my Post-it notes are really small at this point. So there was a spike in employee benefits, upwards of $2 million from one month to another, from May to June. So I'm just wondering what sort of happens at that time that you see a huge increase in employee benefit expenditures?
Share what page you're looking at? So
I'm still looking at 2018-19 in the disbursements, so it would be in the 3,000s, and it's the month I had here, May to June, so maybe it's the following page. Yes, it's the following, the other page, so it's...
Without getting into too much detail, what I can share is with respect to our benefit year, especially for our teachers' benefits, their rate year is on a July through June fiscal year basis. So if there's anticipated rate increases for the next fiscal year for health benefits for that group, that category would include those. But I don't want to speak to in great detail, but it also we evaluate the trends year over year in anticipating that, and that is a large group where we have benefit changes on a fiscal year basis.
Okay. That makes sense. But just overall, in the 3 years of cash flow projections, I mean, I counted out of like 27 months, we're in the deficit like 24 of those months. And we're in the positive in 3 months, and it's not by a huge margin. So, yeah, so this is not good. Thank you. Thank you for your answers. I appreciate that.
Member Morowski?
Thank you, President Ryan, and thank you for the cash flow presentation. I do want to take to heart your admonition that although we need to monitor cash flow to get a better sense of what our timing is, that the budget is the problem that we need to solve, not the cash flow, and the cash flow will take care of itself once we balance the budget, so we hear that. I did want to ask about some of the timing, because I'm a little confused about when we, this idea of when we run out of cash. You talked about the county treasury having a little wiggle room around that, but what makes February the date? Because I'm seeing the cash go from -4 million in October to -21 million in November to positive in January to almost 0 in February. So, I mean, just kind of that flow.
Yeah. So if you didn't have dry period financing, October would be your time. So, and because you have a very large property tax payment coming, that's why you're able to kick that can. And
basically, that's a December issue, right? Or,
they collect the taxes in December. You typically get them in January.
January. Okay. So
Yeah.
it's a one-time kind of big bump. Okay.
Yeah. So that is helpful. And then I guess the point I was really trying to make is how difficult our job becomes at this point. And this is when it comes down to the fact that we're actually going to do an emergency apportionment. FCMAT will come in, and there will be all these cash flow experts staring at this thing and trying to figure out what day will you actually run out of cash, because they don't want to fund that apportionment if they don't have to. And so, but that is where we are going to be putting our attention going forward. Is right now the spring looks iffy. And so if there were something that's not in the budget, for instance, right now, you find out that there's some expense that just wasn't budgeted properly and we need to add it at the end of the year real quick, that could throw the February more negative.
Yeah.
Something like that, you could have, a cost, like a non-public school or something that just wasn't expected, and they could be millions of dollars. Something like that could really flip it fast. And so we're going to be looking at those kinds of things. But to the same extent, if you make a budget reduction, that's going to swing it in the other direction. So that's what we're hoping will happen.
Right. Okay. No, thanks. That's helpful. So just, I mean, when the community asks, oh, well, we're running out of cash, when, or what's the timeline? I mean, it's not really that safe to say, we have till February, or, right? I mean, it's basically.
It's going to change all the time.
Still a fall thing. I mean, to be conservative, because you can't not be conservative when you're talking about having the cash to pay your bills, right?
Yeah. Actually, the cash flow you're looking at tonight is already outdated. So,
wow. Okay.
Yeah, right. That's how fast it changes.
Right, on a daily basis, I guess.
Yeah.
But, okay, thank you.
Tammy, I just had a couple questions. I don't think any other board members have questions at this time. Thank you for your assistance and for staying late tonight. I understand you're missing a family event to be here. I appreciate that. So I know that Mike Fine from FCMAT recently testified in a Senate Education Budget Subcommittee that we were anticipated to run out of cash in April. And so I'm wondering what some of the discrepancies are around the reporting on the date date that we are anticipated to run out of cash, recognizing that the cash flow is not, the biggest indicator of insolvency and takeover, that we have to focus on addressing the budget structural deficit and making those changes. But I do know, since those conversations are out there, that people are asking questions.
Yeah, so if I had to guess why Mike Fine said that, it's because April is the month where you actually see the brackets on the other side of the numbers. So that if he saw this in your board packet, then he would see that you're going negative on that month. And so that would be my guess. But my point is that to me, February looks just as bad as April, because having $300,000 in an organization of this size might mean that you don't have $300,000. It might mean you have negative that month.
Yeah.
And so, but again, it's just so hard to predict at this point. So I guess if Mike was being pushed for dates or something, that's what he's going to go to, is the best information he had as of that day.
And as you said, it's already outdated.
It's already outdated.
So thank you, Tammy. I appreciate that comment. And I know that the books and supplies item has come up in the past, and I did just want to mention this. Despite the fact that we have projected enrollment decline, one of the things that we have seen in past years in the board is that our requirement that we replace textbooks might vary from year to year. And so you might have enrollment decline in the following year, but you might be actually compelled to replace your textbooks at that time. And so thus your line item, your expenditures for books might actually appear more than they were in a year where you had arguably more students.
Well, and let me take that even a step further.
Yeah.
I think if you do a science adoption, it's going to be much more expensive.
That's absolutely right.
Than a history adoption or
Right.
something like
Absolutely
that. So
right.
Your point, but even further, that there is going to be fluctuation and you are going to be required to buy those materials.
And I thought it was important that you mentioned that, because I feel like that comes up quite often as a source of confusion.
Yes.
So, thank you. I appreciate your presentation tonight. It looks like we don't have any other questions at this time, and thank you again for the support that you continue to offer us. Moving on to item 9.3. Oh, sorry, that was a
We
conference.
need to take some action.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. So that was a discussion which will require action. So do we have a motion
Conference to action.
on conference to action? A second? All those in favor? Aye. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries. Now we're going to take that action to item to action. Do we have a motion to take, second? Second. Student preferential vote?
Aye.
All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. Item 9.3, special education update, which will be presented tonight by Dr. Iris Taylor and Becky Bryant. And apparently a whole team. Thank you for staying with us late into the evening.
So as we're waiting for the PowerPoint, good evening, Board President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, members of the board. I would like to introduce those who are with us tonight. You know Becky Bryant, our Special Education Director, but also joining us is Suzanne McKelvey, who's the principal at Camellia Basic, and then Lisa Moore, who's one of our special education supervisors, and then Olga Ariano, who I'm going to invite to come up, who's one of our instructional assistant superintendents. And then we do have members of the special education leadership team, including Lynn Rubalcaba, who's a special education supervisor, Sarah Dahl, Katherine Brown, who's also a special education supervisor. We just appreciate them joining us tonight to just share with you the work that has been underway since our last presentation back in November around implementation of the Council of the Great City Schools audit recommendations. And so as we share this report with you, we just want to remind you that the work on these recommendations is really grounded in our equity, access, and social justice guiding principle, and a recognition that the audit recommendations have pointed out inequities within the system, and that we can redesign this system, and the work underway is about redesign. So the way we've organized tonight's presentation, there's specific recommendations that we'll focus on and specific bodies of work. And so we'll share with you what has been happening around MTSS, as well as the recommendation around academic, social, and emotional well-being of students with disabilities. That's recommendations 1 and 3. Our special education referral assessment and eligibility system recommendation, interoffice collaboration, and shared accountability, and then some great news around supports for special education personnel. Then we'll end with some lessons learned and next steps. So in regards to our multi-tier system of supports, which is very much tied to academic and social and emotional supports for students with disabilities, we share this slide with you because it outlines just a continuum of tools and resources that are available to us as a system to help us with providing supports and interventions to students. So to your far left, you'll see the early identification and intervention system, which is our early warning system. And Ms. Flores spoke about that a little tonight. We're going to share with you an example of how that is working within the system as an early indication and a way for us to identify those students who are in need and then track and monitor their progress. Right? We also have a reporting suite, which we call our ABC, our Attendance, Behavior, and Course Performance Report Suite. And then you've seen examples of our Performance and Targeted Action Index that shows, our local indicators, and then finally our California dashboard. So with our early warning system, we just want to share with you an example of just a case study so you can see how this works. And this is a student with disabilities who's in 3rd grade. And what you'll see is just over time in these 3 areas, attendance, behavior, and academics, how this student is performing. Green meaning that they're on track, red severely off track, and yellow that they are in a state of, a warning, right? When we look at this particular student, we'll see that the student was doing pretty well with behavior, but was struggling academically, and as well as some areas of struggle with attendance. We just want to direct you to the beginning of this school year. So that's trimester 1. At the end of trimester 1, this student behavior was in the red zone, okay? Through the supports that this team has provided, particularly our Student Support Services team, this allows them to document their interventions and what has taken place to provide those supports and those services. And you can see the dates, the type of service, and who's providing the service. We saw at the end of trimester 2 that this student had shifted from red to green and in that same area of behavior. Still challenges with attendance, still challenges with the academics, but through some concerted work around behavior, we're able to shift. And so within the system there, we have this data for all of our students that we're able to track their performance in these 3 areas. I will highlight just some of the work of the multi-tier system of supports team. The team has administered a survey to our site administrators to just inventory current practice back in December, January, and as a result of that, they're using that data and that information by working in these 3 teams. We're calling them micro teams, so they've divided up, and they're doing some concerted work around developing a guidebook or a handbook that will provide supports to sites in those 3 areas around expectations around providing interventions. From our survey data, we saw, yes, interventions are occurring, but we're kind of, it's very, varies quite a bit from site to site. So this guidebook will help to provide some standardization to those processes. And then again, having a menu of curricular resources, and then how does our leadership team work? Our leadership teams at the site work around providing interventions and supports. We also have a school climate work team, and similarly, they have been doing a lot of work as well. They administer a survey, and to the right, you'll just see some of the things that principals reported as areas of need in order for them to continue to build positive school climate, ranging from professional learning, human resources, and the need for more staffing around key areas of need, and systems and structures like Saturday school, advisory period, and other types of models. Okay. That team has developed a discipline matrix, we're very excited about it, to provide guidance, and it's a more restorative type of discipline matrix that will provide guidance to sites on how to handle different incidences of behavior. Their plan is to develop a protocol for site-level planning that will be finished by July 2019 and to begin professional learning starting with our site administrators in September 2019. So Lisa Moore is going to share with you some exciting work in terms of academic supports for students with disabilities and our adoption of a reading intervention program.
Good evening, Board President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. The International Dyslexia Association published a highly informative, valuable resource called The Framework for Informed Reading and Language Instruction. And what this document does is outline evidence-based reading programs. All of these programs are geared toward a multisensory approach to instruction for students struggling with reading, particularly with dyslexia. Of all the programs outlined in the matrix, they were all evaluated and reviewed. 4 were chosen for further consideration, and the 2 that ultimately been selected are the 2 that you see, the Windsor-Sonde system and Project Read's Language Circle. They are aligned to the California Dyslexia Guidelines, and our very first pilot, the training for that, for a number of pretty dedicated teachers who are committed to this pilot and gathering some critical data. The teachers range from kindergarten through high school, so we have a broad scope for every grade level range throughout the district. They've come together several times already for the evaluation, and we'll pilot this for 6 weeks. We'll come back together, evaluate the efficacy of the program based on starting with some baseline data, some ongoing progress monitoring, and then some final assessment results. We'll come back together, look at the efficacy of that program, and then in the fall we will implement another pilot for the Project Read program. After the evaluation of both of these programs, we will then move toward adoption and full implementation for the 2019-2020 school year. Oh, sorry, that's me. All right, and this next bit of information is about recommendation 2, the special education referral assessment and eligibility. Sarah Dahl and I have been presenting professional learning sessions to site principals this year to support their role in the district, ensuring that students receive the services and supports they need to be successful. To date, we have presented at 4 of the monthly principal operations meetings, and we've addressed a variety of topics from IDEA protections for students, IEP development and implementation, and the LEA representative responsibilities, the role of administrators in the IEP meeting. And once the IEP is implemented, their responsibility to ensure that the programs are delivered with fidelity. And so I'd like to introduce now Suzanne McKelvey, principal of Camellia Basic Elementary School. She's going to share with you some takeaways from the trainings that we've offered this year.
Yeah.
Thank you. Good evening. Site principals have been receiving frequent professional learning during our monthly meetings in regards to our students and from the staff in the special education department. We've engaged in meaningful learning around our responsibilities regarding our students with disabilities at our own sites. We have learned about assessment, IEP development, writing meaningful and measurable goals and objectives, and then monitoring the implementation and the completion of IEPs on our site. We've also had a session on discipline specific to students with disabilities. For myself, for example, I had a question regarding legal protocols. So I reached out to the special education department. We collaborated and came to a resolution. I was able to then use this information to communicate that understanding and come to a common resolution and solve that problem. Also with, in requiring site administrators to attend IEP meetings, it just gives us a better sense of what's going on in our classrooms. We're able to, I'm able actually to have a better understanding and implement and make sure that those services are provided, and then to provide that support as needed. So I'm now going to hand this over to Becky Bryant, the Director of Special Education. Good evening, President Ryan, board members, and Superintendent Aguilar. Continuing on with recommendation 2, we've been working on an automated notification system that will provide needed information to both families, parents, case managers, and site administrators around critical timelines in the process of referral, assessment, holding IEPs. We first implemented our first phase on October 29th for the very first timeline that a parent would experience in the referral process, which is what we call the 15-day timeline. That has been implemented and has been operational. We further refined it starting on March 1st so that we could more easily extract data from it in a 2-week cycle to analyze how we were doing at school sites and to identify any additional training needs. The next phase will be our 60-day assessment and initial IEP notification, and we expect that to roll out in very early May. After that, there are 2 additional very short cycles that will be implemented prior to the end of the school year. This is just as an example of an actual email that goes out to case managers, to families, and to site administrators to let them know that an assessment has been started and that there's a timeline running. You'll notice at the bottom of the slide that there is a hyperlink that would take a parent directly to their procedural safeguards so that they could get some additional information. Oops. Okay. We were able to extract 3 months worth of data, and initially what we were looking at, if you will recall in November, we had just a little bit of data from a few days, and we still had a lot of overdue notices around that first 15-day timeline. Well, we're here to happily present to you that in January, we were still 41% of those were overdue. We reduced that to 35% in February and now are down to, if I can read that correctly, 29%. 22%, I'm sorry, I don't have my other glasses on, which shows a positive downward trend. The second piece of data we were able to extract was the average days it was taking to meet that 15-day timeline. We started out in January at 8.3? 9.3, reduced it to 7, and are now down in the 6 range. So that also shows a positive trend. I would like to, have heartfelt thanks about the teamwork and leadership that we've had. Our department has experienced with the IT department. This has been a big undertaking. There's still more to do, but we're very excited about being able to automate some of the things that we can keep track of around compliance. The next 2 recommendations are recommendations 4 and 9, and those are around instructional leadership and collaboration. This year we started meeting weekly between the Chief Academic Officer, the Special Education Management Team, and the Instructional Assistant Superintendents. It's a standing meeting, and we have formalized it to plan topics for professional learning, data analysis regarding some of this data we're able to extract around referral and eligibility, and also to troubleshoot just-in-time issues going on at sites. And so I'd like to introduce Olga Sims, who is one of our instructional assistant soups, to share with you her perspective about this.
Good evening. And as part of our theory of action is really coming together as a team from our different specialties and being able to come together to look at data, not just looking at numbers, but looking at students by name and really looking at schools by principal and being able to really analyze where we need to focus our area of improvement, celebrate successes, be able to then communicate and have like a consistent message that goes throughout. So really our work is very genuine. We come together, we meet weekly. We're able to articulate our thoughts and as practitioners working with our sites, knowing our sites, we're able then to share that with our leaders in our special education department. So I think the most valuable piece of this work is actually being able to come together to know that what we're doing is advancing our guiding principle and being able to provide our perspective through an equity lens. And so that has been one of the best highlights in our collaboration this year.
Oops, I'm going backwards, sorry. The Special Education Work Group continues to meet, and that work group is comprised of representatives of different departments and site administrators, and they've come back to contribute feedback on a survey that we have worked on that we will be sending out to sites prior to the end of the year. And it's a site which will allow schools to identify steps they need to take to become more inclusive in preparation for opening learning centers within the next 2 years. And a learning center would be taking a group of our special day classes, particularly ones that serve students with learning disabilities, and having those students who might be bused to another school stay at their home site and receive services in a learning center, thereby allowing them to attend their home school and cut down on transportation costs. We're very excited that through a partnership between Human Resources and our district grant writer, as well as other staff that provided leadership, the district applied and was selected for one of the local solutions grants, which is a state-funded grant. We've been awarded $400,000 over 4 years to provide resources for recruitment. Particularly, one of our targets is for teachers who teach students with moderate to severe disabilities. There's also a piece of the grant that will provide professional learning and support to those teachers for their first 2 years in Sac City Unified. This is a prototype of our project plan that will be posted on the website, that will be an at a glance that the public can see of where we're at on each of the activities for each of the recommendations. We continue to learn on our journey. We are not finished. We found that sharing these theory of actions has been complex and has taken time. We've slowed down at the request of the CAC to go more slowly so that they could ask those key questions. We could delve deeper into the recommendations, and they've provided really valuable feedback for us. We continue to develop the processes around regular reporting, but really making time to look at that data in different settings is going to be a key next step for us. Again, improving our communication and our engagement with our public continues to be lessons we learn everywhere we go. And we're continuing building our capacity and our learning for all of our stakeholders.
Is that the end of the presentation?
I think I just skipped a slide, sorry.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. So our next steps are to continue the development of the MTSS structure with the work teams, to continue to gather the feedback through the end of the year on the theory of actions with the CAC. We also have been exposed to a parent survey that is now available at the statewide level that we could use with our families to assess the degree that they feel that they're being able to participate in the IEP process and services for their children. Again, the plan for the learning centers and regular protocols for data review. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Do we have any public comment at this time?
Yes, we have 3 public commenters. If you could come up when you hear your name called, please. Monica Harvey, followed by Angie Sutherland and Angel Garcia.
Good evening. My name is Monica Harvey. I appreciate the efforts that the district is making to improve special ed. Our students have a lot of needs, and the teachers are working very hard to help them learn and grow. Looking over this special ed update, I see a heavy reliance on top-down administration. What feedback mechanism is in place for teachers to provide input to add and shape these improvements? What is being done to provide more direct services to students? The need for RSP aides, lowering SDC class sizes, hiring more speech therapists. How are teachers being included in creating MTSS at school sites? And just as the parents spoke earlier, teachers also want to be involved in bottom-up approaches to help improve special ed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
First of all, I'm going to apologize because I wasn't planning on speaking, but I have notes all over the place because I was hoping for a lot more detail in this presentation, I'll say that. In terms of the MTSS model, seems to me this was a piecemeal. This isn't fully thought out. It's not, operating in every site. And actually, the example that was presented in the presentation was obviously a student at a school that had a student support center. We've asked, when I was a part of the CAC and when I was a part of the coalition, how the social workers that work with students with disabilities through ERMS and social workers that work through student support centers, seems like they're trained differently. At least that's what I was told. Different things that they're doing. And so what they reported, if you look at the line items, there was a social work intern doing this, doing that. That tells you right there that's at a student support center. That means it's not at every school site. We know there's a certain percentage of school sites that have the ability to have a student support center, and we know all of our school sites do not have that. So I don't think that was a very good example to apply to all students. I want to know about the MTSS work and who's involved in that group. I happen to know the CAC, wants to be a part of that group, but I'm not speaking for them. I've talked to CAC members who have voiced they want to do that. So I want to know who's involved in that work. I know for a fact, in terms of getting assessments and the timeline, I was just contacted by a parent recently who asked for a comprehensive evaluation. I'm trying to walk her through the process, and she was contacted and asked, after she asked for an SST meeting for several months, no contact, that now they want to do an SST. No, they want to delay the assessment process is what they want to do. So that's not working out. In terms of the special ed work group, who's involved in that? Is there the CAC involved in that? Parents? Are there folks on the ground like teachers, yard duties, after school people that are doing the work and working with the kids, or is it just administrators? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Angel.
Very disappointed by the presentation.
Hello again. I'm Angie Sutherland. I really appreciated the update. I think if the board could have an expectation that there will be a detailed actual budget showing expenses, this would be very helpful, at least for the annual budget plan when that's presented, that be very detailed.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
I like that, regarding the local performance indicators, I'm confused on if it's just at those schools that Angel mentioned, or if it's being monitored at all the schools to monitor grade level readiness and growth. So, because we know that special ed students are often working below grade level, and they're just going from grade to grade below level. With regard to MTSS, I'm really concerned on how those growth indicators and interventions are going to be monitored. It seems like much of it is contingent on there being an actual assessment process outside of what we currently have. So I don't think that is in existence, so I wonder how is this even going to be put into place. Also, the work team makeup. Teams are cross-functional, containing district and site level administrators, but there needs to also be cross-disciplinary. I don't know how it can be, there could be buy-in or it will be implemented. You remember when the Spark program was developed and it was a top-down kind of thing? I don't think that works very well in our district. So let's get everybody on board and everybody involved. The other part about the reports of bullying being tracked and monitored, I want to know, is this only if the complaint is substantiated, or is it anytime a report's received? Because it can be like pulling teeth to get it substantiated, or you're told it can't be, but then when you ask for your child's records, you see in the logs your child was called derogatory, discriminatory names, but you were lied to. That happened. So I think these cover-ups are hurting our kids, and we should not have to file Office of Civil Rights complaints to make sure our kids are not bullied. Thank you.
Angie.
Hi, my name is Sarah Williams Kingsley, and I'm actually the current secretary of the Community Advisory Committee. And we weren't somehow on the agenda, but I wanted to say we, as a Community Advisory Committee, the new board, which was voted in at the end of last December, so we've been in office for 3 months, had about 5 meetings. We didn't see this special education update as a board before tonight. I didn't see the PowerPoint until I came and sat in the audience this evening. So there are questions that we've had for the special education department in our interactions with the district that were answered tonight that we didn't receive until we came to this public meeting. We've been asking for information about what we were doing about implementing dyslexia interventions, and some of those were answered in that presentation, and I'm happy to see them, and I know our community will be happy to see them. But we have a whole group of parents who are participating in this process, which is a process that the district is legally obligated to have for our special education parents. And we aren't being informed of some of these changes that are happening. We show up to the meetings, we are giving our time, and it's literally like pulling teeth to get some of this information. We have repeatedly asked as an organization to have a parent representative from the Community Advisory Committee on the MTSS task force, and that has not been allowed. We aren't informed of the meetings. We want to attend. We want to even sit in, even if our voice isn't allowed to be heard, so that we can understand what's happening on behalf of our students. And that isn't something that has been allowed from the district or by staff.
Thank you. There are no more public comments at this time? Okay, we're going to take board member comments and questions. I do have a couple, and I want to address some of the questions that came up from our passionate CAC advisory parent advocates who have been tireless champions of this work and at every board meeting and continuing to watchdog our implementation of the audit recommendations since those recommendations emerged. I know that one of the items that came up tonight was the inconsistency of implementation of things like MTSS supports from site to site. So can you speak to that? Because I think that one of the things that I am gravely concerned with is that a special education parent shouldn't have to worry that the quality of their service varies based upon the site that they are at.
Yes, so as a point of clarification, the work that is underway is about building the system. We recognize, one, that, just through our surveying, we can see the variation in performance of what interventions and supports look like at our site. And that was our initial step, was to inventory, ask principals, like, what are your practices around academic interventions? What are your practices around social emotional interventions as well? And we see the variation. The work of the team has really been about, like, what are some of the guidelines and infrastructure that needs to be put in place to work towards consistency. Ms. Garcia is absolutely right? So even with our EIIS, we have not said that it's gone system-wide. We know that work is being done primarily in our sites with student support centers, right? Because we know we have a staff and an infrastructure around that, right? But that's work that creates a model for what can be done system-wide, not there yet. And so I do want to clarify that.
No, thank
that
you.
is not the case, and
Thank
we're not
you.
professing that this work is being done system-wide at this point.
So after the inventory is complete, as you talked about it, the thought is to then ensure that you have taken the gaps that have been identified and systemized a process so that there is fairness and equity for implementing interventions across school sites.
Correct, and that there's a way for sites, so that question about, like, who's on the MTSS committee, I think there's a perception that this is the committee that's implementing on the ground, right? So we have an inventory. We're working on developing the guidelines, the protocols to then help site teams do the work. And that, those site teams have not been developed. We see from our data from the surveys that sites have leadership teams, right, that are looking at data. But again, the practice around that we know is not consistent, right?
So I appreciate that. I do just want to say that we have remarkably informed CAC parents who are also educators at CSU and leaders in policy fields across the state of California. Renee Webster Hawkins is a great example of that. If there is a request to have a presence from a parent of a special education student on the MTSS advisory group, I don't see that as a drawback. I do understand what you're saying in terms of the nature of the work, but I do feel like that is a request that we can honor, and so I just want to put that out there, and I hope that you'll take that seriously. I also think that the request for an actual budget plan that articulates item by item the cost of implementing these recommendations and what has been done to date makes a lot of sense, and I would like to see you move forward with that as we continue to do this work. I mean, one of the things that is really difficult is when we talk about receiving 60 million fewer dollars than we expend in this work, it makes it difficult to advocate through a narrative that is compelling to change that unless we can really articulate how those expenditures are happening at a site level across our district. And so I see this as a tool for our parent advocacy, but also as a tool for our advocacy as we're trying to go after additional dollars from the state. I'm very happy to hear that you are looking at how do we move away from the practice of requiring our students leave their neighborhood schools. One of the things that was to me absolutely astonishing, and certainly as a special education parent, it hurts my heart, is to talk to parents who often have different school sites from year to year based on their home school's inability to meet their student needs. Now imagine if you're already a vulnerable population and you're being told that just as you've established a network with supports that make you feel safe and make you feel like you have a sense of self-worth, the next year you're going to be uprooted and put into another school. And guess what? The year after that, you might find yourself in the same situation. I find that unconscionable, and I think that that is a social justice issue that we have to continue to tackle. It sounds like you're trying to make some inroads there. So those were my main comments. I appreciate the work. I recognize that it's very difficult work. I hope that we continue to bring in thought leaders from CCEE and others that can help us institute some of the best practices. And finally, I really hope that as we enter this next phase of the work, we are being very intentional in when looking at our contracts, I find it absolutely astonishing that the same entities that do assessments then provide services in our non-public schools. That seems to me to be a grave conflict of interest. And as we're looking to provide high-quality service with integrity, I think that that is a practice that we should be moving away from.
Thank you.
Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, President Ryan. There's really a lot in here and a lot to talk about with this, so I'll just keep my comments pretty brief because I know it's getting late. I'm really interested more in the MTSS portion as well. I'm just wondering, you know, as we kind of build the system out, and I know this is really challenging work in Sac City. One of the things that has been expressed to me over and over is how we have functioned as sort of, you know, each school is an island and there's not a lot of coherence, and we don't have all the time systems in place and that consistency. So this is really difficult work because everyone's sort of figured out how to do things at their school site. So when you develop the MTSS, sort of the, you know, the levels of the interventions, do we have enough staff? Do we have enough interventions available? I mean, I understand the, you know, the targeted systems and all the data systems that we're using to identify who needs interventions, but when we get down to providing what they need, do we have the resources?
Yeah, so, you know, that is a great question. There are different tiers of interventions within the MTSS, right? So the tier one is just essentially your classroom level support, core instruction, what happens as a part of core instruction where there's a layer of intervention, and that's primarily the classroom teacher. What often happens with MTSS is, you know, they speak about it as a triangle, right? And that most of your students should be in the bottom half of the triangle and not needing as much support. When we look at our students, our triangle is actually inverted, meaning we have a lot of more students up at the top who need more intensive interventions than at the bottom, right? Usually what that indicates is that you need to do more work at the tier one level, right? Like your core instructional practices probably need more work to shore up so that you have fewer students who are at that top tier. In that particular work around tier one, what it will require is a couple of things. Professional learning and capacity building for teachers, right? And so it's dedicating resource to that, right? And being able to provide professional learning for our teachers around what core basic instruction. Right. And at the same time, you have kids who are struggling. So you need tier 2 and tier 3 interventions. Ways of looking at that, and I won't say that like we have the perfect makeup of staff to be able to really do that well. You can see that in what the principals are calling for, that, you know, there's a need for people who have specialization in reading intervention and support. We do have staff, though. Psychologists are very well trained around reading, identifying reading difficulties and things like that. But what you'll hear is like, do we have enough kind of thing? I think it will require a reassessment of who is in our buildings, right? What are the jobs that they're performing? And in any instance, can those jobs maybe be retooled, right? So that we do have staff that are available. If you think about the number of instructional aides that may be in a building, can we take a look at their job descriptions and see, can they support in different ways? We also know, however, that you want your people with the most experience and knowledge base serving your neediest students, right? And so that's just another factor that we'll have to look at. But as a part of the work of the work team, part of that is just looking at our job descriptions and who's in our buildings to see, you know, how can we reimagine some of those roles. But I won't say that that will be sufficient as we engage in this work.
Thank you. So given the alarming growth in the cost of special ed and the unrestricted contribution to that, and part of that being the, like you said, the kind of the flipping of the triangle and our historical failure to invest in systems that really work in tier one to prevent, you know, students from reaching the higher tiers, or even maybe having an IEP to begin with. So when we're talking about Tier 1, can I just clarify, that's not necessarily students with IEPs, that's everybody?
It's everyone.
Okay.
Core.
And when you look at data of, you say students with IEPs, special ed students as a whole, are you breaking out, the different categories of students and looking at the needs differentially as well?
Yes, so we mentioned and shared the Performance and Targeted Action Index, which actually allows us to look at that measure around grade level readiness, right? Which, and we've also shared just some of our challenges around assessment. So we have a sense of how students are doing from grades, right? That does break it out by different disability categories. So we can see how our students are in SDC environments, our students in RSP, how are they performing in that area around grade level readiness, as well as any of the other indicators that are within our Performance and Targeted Action Index. And I think that's the beauty of that system, is that it's not just a grade level, it's actually drilling down into.
Okay, so you can break it out and look at the data, slice
Yes.
it in different ways. Okay, thank you. There's a lot more to talk about, but I'll defer to the rest of the board.
Thank you.
Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. I also wanted to echo, I think the importance of engaging parents in any type of group for feedback or just collaborating, et cetera. I mean, they are experts in many ways, just by virtue of being parents of a child with exceptional needs. I did want to ask a question about your success in reducing I guess the time in processing many of these, the referrals, the assessments, and eligibility. Are those equitably distributed across school sites? Because one thing that we heard earlier was that there's a lot of attention that goes to where there are a lot of parents that are very active, right? So the parents that don't speak up or aren't engaged, they sort of just get pushed down to the bottom of the list. So I just want to get a sense of if those numbers have come down if that's equally distributed.
I do believe that the system is able to disaggregate that. For this presentation, we were not able to do that since we just pulled the data. Because we see the emails every day, they come to us. I've been doing sort of an informal, and I don't see a pattern where affluent schools are more compliant than non-affluent schools. So we admit that we've had issues around compliance to timelines in our district. CDE saw that as well. And so as we began this journey, we took it out to sites as a learning experience so that we can work with sites just in time. Like the reason that happened is because you didn't get the form signed. And so really, we've put steps along the way, but we can get that data so that we can see trends among school sites themselves.
Okay. And then I also think that it's important to have a budget and where the dollars are going. Not only as a tool to be transparent and to educate everyone, right, us here, but also our parents, but also as a planning tool where our resources, limited resources are going currently and how we're going to plan on investing in additional services down the line, right? What is it that we would like to see funded and how we're going to get there? So it is an important tool that I think needs to be made available. So thank you. And I look forward to other updates in the near future and to see more improvements. I know this is going to be a long-term sort of process, but I'm looking forward to hearing about how that's coming along. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Garcia. And I think, are there any other comments? And let me echo with my colleagues who said it, particularly about working with the parents. I think that it will bring a fuller body to the work that you're doing. They are the ones who keep reminding us about the Council of Great City Schools audit And so I think that their input is much valued. Number two, I concur about the budget, particularly about the things that we don't do. I can't take to Washington, D.C. The fact that we only have a 14% for budgeting from IDEA, to ask them for the 40% that they promised us, unless I can argue what would we do with the money and what are we not doing because we're not being funded. You know, we have an education secretary who would like to cut major programs, including teacher preparation and education, planning to cut IDEA even further. That's not pretty, but we can't bring our decision makers in Congress that information unless we have that data. So I urge you, and I concur with my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. That's it for item 9.3. Moving on to item 9.4, bond in program update. Ms. Allen.
All right, good evening. Joining me tonight is Kathy Domenico. She's the managing partner for Capital Public Finance Group. I've also asked Diana Flores to come up as we're going to spend a couple minutes and talk about one of our favorite projects, which is the Central Kitchen. So this is the time of the year that Kathy usually comes and talks to the board about our bond funds and where we've been, where we're going, and kind of how we're going to get there. So I'm going to turn that part over to her. Perfect. Do you have the slides going?
Perfect. So as Kathy mentioned tonight, I don't think it's our presentation. Well, just as they're getting this set up, tonight we're going to do our annual update on the measures Q and R General Obligation Bond Program. And just a reminder, and maybe something to inform some of the new board members, the general obligation bond funding is separate from the general fund. It's restricted to capital improvements, as specifically authorized under the ballot measure that was authorized by your voters back in 2012 for both measures. So as we're talking about the bonds, we want to make sure that we're thinking through that context. Specifically, in 2012, the two bond measures were Measure Q, which was authorized in the amount of $346 million, and the projects authorized are generally identified here on the table, the column on the left. Measure R was authorized in the amount of $68 million, and the projects that were authorized are shown here on the right. Originally, some of you, the new board members, may not realize the district did not anticipate being able to issue all of the bonds in their entirety within kind of a 10-year spend down window. So when the facilities department was planning projects back in 2013, there were some original allocations, and you see what those are here. But since 2013, assessed value in your district has actually grown substantially. And I'll show you in a moment what that looks like. But conceptually thinking, if you look at what's happening in downtown Sacramento and all the turnover, back in 2013, we didn't know all of that was going to happen. Not just the arena, but the new construction surrounding the arena and the turnover of property has really put us in a more favorable position to issue bonds. So as such, to date, we've issued about just under 270 of Measure Q, 270 million of Measure Q bonds and 37 million of Measure R bonds. You can see on this chart here, this higher than anticipated growth in assessed value is really enabling us to be able to issue the remaining Measure Q bonds as early as next year, with the Measure R bonds planned to be issued in the 2019-20 fiscal year. That is better than we originally anticipated and better than it was last year when I was up here. So that's all positive information. Really what's driving us now is our spending schedule, our construction expenditure schedule, as opposed to our tax rate restrictions and the assessed value growth. And just as a reminder, when we authorized the bonds, you promised the community that combined the tax rates on the two measures would not exceed $54 per 100,000 of assessed value, and you've achieved that in every year. I just wanted to show you quickly with the growth pattern in assessed value and why you've been able to issue more bonds. You had over 7% growth in assessed value last year and has trended upwards since 2012-13. So just to focus a little bit on how the money has been spent, this is a summary of how the just under 270 million of Measure Q bonds have been spent and allocated among the categories. You can see the largest expenditure is in the core academic renovations with modernization following and some technology upgrades as well. And you can see how the expenditures follow through. This is only showing the bonds issued to date for Measure Q. For Measure R, we're showing the funds that have been expended and are allocated, and as Kathy will talk about shortly, we are planning to move forward with the construction of the kitchen and have shown this accordingly. So you are seeing the 37.1 million that have been issued to date with the remaining Measure Q authorization of 30.9 million shown in how that would be allocated. Just to recap an update from previous board conversations, we also wanted to show these same dollars allocated by trustee area. So you've kind of got the same money plus some interest earnings on those bonds, which is why if you try to total it up, you're off by a little bit. But this shows the completed work, in progress, future work by trustee area. And again, spread out more visually in the map. Looking forward, the district has funding to begin the Nutrition Services Center project and fund expenditures for that project and the other planned projects through about March of 2020. But we do plan to consider the issuance of the next series of Measure R bonds when we're in a little bit more stable situation with regards to the district's budget. Frankly, when we're looking at selling bonds to the capital markets, we need to be able to communicate to the capital markets what the plan is. It doesn't need to be a perfect plan, but we need to have a plan in place before we can reasonably and responsibly sell the next series of bonds. So although we are expecting to sell the bonds sometime perhaps in the fall, we're planning conceptually sometime in the 1920 fiscal year and hopefully before March. If it's not before March, there may need to be some adjustments in some of the other projects in order to keep the central kitchen project moving forward. So in order to issue in the 2019-20 fiscal year, we will need the board to actually adopt what's called an estimated debt service schedule to submit to Sacramento County so that they can continue to levy the tax rates at the level necessary to issue the bonds. And then just that would be for Measure R. For Measure Q, we would look to that in the future when the funding is needed in order to actually fund the future projects. So that said, not tonight, but we would expect to come back to the board probably in May or June with that estimated debt service schedule in order to provide it to the county in a timely manner for them to set the tax rates.
Okay, so we did want to spend a couple of minutes and talk about one of our projects, which is the Central Kitchen. Moving very quickly on that, we're actually about a year ahead of schedule from what we had originally planned, and actually on the consent calendar tonight will be the construction contract for the construction of the Central Kitchen. As mentioned, this was voter approved in 2012. I do want to stress that not one dime of this construction project will come from the general fund, and conversely, not one dime from the general fund is used to support nutrition services programs. So they've been self-sufficient and doing quite well since 2008. There's been a $10 million increase, well, 51% from 2008 to current. Again, 18 years they've had a fiscally stable program and have managed to provide wonderful services to kids. Nutrition services funding is also very restricted and is not able to be used on any general fund type of items. So I want to ask Diana to come up and talk about the project a little bit.
Sure, thanks. Just wanted to give you a little history about the Central Kitchen and our warehouse. We have an expanded food service warehouse on the Reading address. If you haven't been there, you'll notice that we have expanded. We started that warehouse in 2008 with 2 refrigerated trucks. Right now we have 11 refrigerated trucks. We've expanded our program because we have access to more meals to more students in this district than ever before. We started free breakfast programs at all our 80 schools a few years back, about 5 years ago. Last year we expanded to 14 more schools, non-pricing. We also expanded a separate program. We're on average serving 5,000 more students per day than we did 10 years ago in declining enrollment. So to me, that's a success story. We've added jobs, 16 warehouse jobs in that warehouse, and that warehouse will support the growth for that kitchen. We have an innovative way that we purchase food. A lot of people don't know what we do. We do something that school districts do not do. We don't buy from master distributors. We buy direct from local manufacturers, local growers, and in doing so, we save about 20 to 25% on our food costs. We take that money and we plant it in our salad bars and on our plates for our kids. That's been our vision from the beginning. That warehouse will support that kitchen in a fiscally responsible way. The kitchen will be here in about a year. It will create another 20 to 30 more jobs to the local economy. We have a focus on procuring as much products as possible from the Sacramento region or the Northern California region. In doing so, every dollar we spend locally creates $1.82 to the local economy. It also creates jobs, drivers, manufacturers, warehouse, more growers. Growers are planting more products when large institutions like school districts procure locally. We're inviting more students to the table for so many reasons, but one of the main reasons is well-fed students do better in school. And we want to have a more culturally diverse menu. I don't know if, yeah.
Brenda, I'm going to pause you there for 1 second. I think that we have to take a vote to extend the time since we're past the 10:30 hour. Can I please get a motion to approve an extension to 11 p.m.? Second. All those in favor? Aye.
I'll wrap it up. I know it's really late and we're one of the last agenda items. Increasing the quality of school meals is one of the most cost-effective ways to improve student learning. What I want to highlight the most is the last bullet here, is we believe hunger and food insecurity is a real issue for many of the students here at Sac City. We believe every student, regardless of income, deserves a high-quality, nutritious meal every day. That is what drives us. That's the reason why we're building this kitchen. We have very short time to share everything, so we did create an infographic for you to highlight some of our achievements and the reasons why we do what we do and where we've come from in the last 10 years. The reason why I say 10 years is because 2008 was when we opened that warehouse. It was vacant, it had desks and chairs in it and storage, and we created a food service warehouse there. You can see some of the things that we've been able to achieve, but we did build a revenue center from, at that time, $16 million revenue. Now it's $26 million this year. So that pretty much concludes it. Is there something else that you wanted to add?
I do want to say that the Nutrition Services Department does basically write a check to the general fund for just about $1 million in indirect costs every year. So the more successful they are, the more money that goes into the general fund as well.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Do we have any public comments on this item?
Yes, President Ryan, we have 3 public comments. Amber Stott, followed by Brenda Ruiz, followed by Santana Diaz.
Hi, Amber. I have that same T-shirt.
It's a good one, right? Well, thank you to the Broccoli Best Board and the superintendent for having me here and for this reason that we have to celebrate tonight because Diana knows how to run a budget, and I've been so proud to work with Food Literacy Center and to be able to work alongside Nutrition Services. I feel that their success has enabled Food Literacy Center to be able to be in schools and be successful. We deliver our program absolutely free to after-school programs in your district. We don't charge a dime. We fundraise for that from the community. And Nutrition Services works with us very closely, and they're doing so many amazing things, from the beautiful salad bars that they have, where we partner to put an item every month in certain schools on the salad bar, and then the kids learn about it in our cooking class. Their local sourcing. They're just doing such innovative, amazing work, and this is just a great project that you guys get to easily say yes to and get behind. I have a quick little letter to read to you from a student at Pacific Elementary. Dear school board, I'm a student at Pacific Elementary. I like junk food. We made a broccoli taco recipe in our food literacy class. It tasted good. We want to be healthy. We wish it was easy to be healthy. We learned that you're in charge. We want your help being healthy. P.S. How's it going? So this is one area where you may be needing to make some hard choices, but this is an easy choice. And this is protecting the health of our kids and the kids who need it most. So thank you for what you do, and thanks to Nutrition Services for this amazing project.
Thank you, Amber. Chef Ruiz.
Good evening. Thank you, President Ryan, Superintendent Aguilar, and Board of Trustees. I'm here representing the Sacramento Food Policy Council as president. Tonight, I think, is a night of congratulations and thanks. Thank you, Kathy, for reaching out and making sure that we knew that this item was on the agenda. Thank you, Diane, and all of your staff, Chef David and Kelsey, for all of your amazing work. Thank you to all of the Board of Trustees that have sat on task force in the past, and to the great leadership within facilities and the great partnership that we can see from the outside between two departments that are staying within their cost, being accountable, collaborating with the community very well. And so I think tonight is an opportunity to highlight that this district does have really awesome programs, lots of reasons to feel positive and to have hope for the future. And the Sacramento Food Policy Council looks forward to continuing collaborating with you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Good evening, Board. My name is Santana Diaz. I'm the executive chef of UC Davis Medical Center. I'm here not on UC Davis's behalf, but as on behalf of chefs of our community and what this program means. I run the second largest production kitchen in town in our city limits, second to this program. This program is 5 times what my program is. To put that into perspective, we do over 45,000 meals per week. This program would do 5 times that. Now we're talking about a different kind of food, if you will, for children, but we do adhere to children in our facility. And so what I can tell you over the last 16 months that I've been involved with my current employer, what the impact on our community and to our farmers, our ranchers, the 1.5 million acres of agricultural community, acreage that we have, that we source from. But what that has done is create more jobs with our farmers and ranchers to support and sustain what I'm ordering and what we are producing on a daily basis. And within the 16 months, it has proven that it does work. It'll never be commodity pricing. That is what we accept. But the dollar amounts that they touched on, every dollar that we invest in our community turning into a dollar, but over $1.80, back into it is real. We are showing it, we are doing it and proving it, and we would support this effort because this joint purchasing of what this program represents, we would be able to help one another as the 2 largest production kitchens in our city, which would then create further jobs and then again bridge that gap of creating healthy food for not only our children, but to securing their future as well, to provide healthy food that potentially at a better cost.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So we have no other public comments at this time. I want to thank all of our partners from the Central Kitchen for coming out tonight. I remember almost 3 years ago when I penned alongside Supervisor Patrick Kennedy an op-ed calling on the board to take action after years of inaction on the Central Kitchen to find a location to break ground and to begin the work of creating healthy meals, scratch cooking, locally sourced food that would really make Sacramento City unified, a district that could be proud of the choices we made when it came to the health and well-being of our children. I remember our trips to visit Elk Grove and other nearby districts that had undertaken the task of a central kitchen and the learning that occurred from that, but also the incredible vision of Brenda and Amber and saying we can and should do better with that. And after more than a year of task force meetings, getting to co-chair that, to see finally the board's leadership in moving this project forward was probably one of the proudest moments of my time on the board. I am extremely excited about the breaking ground. I am extremely excited about the potential, not just for feeding our students better food that ensures that they can learn at their best potential, but also teaching them at a higher level about what it means to eat healthy food that is grown locally. And I really see this as being the bedrock of part of this work. So thank you for the hundreds of hours that you have put in over the years and your continued watchdogging of this process as we move forward. I do want to touch upon a few things just on the summary of Measure Q and R projects at a wider scale. For me, obviously, access to healthy food is an equity issue. And as we talk about a looming strike, I am painfully aware that for our high poverty district, many of our children depend on their breakfast, lunch, and supper because we offer early supper at their school sites. And I want to thank the School Nutrition Services Department for working with me to ensure that, one, when we had to close the school sites due to the fires, that we provided meals, that we were able to turn around in a very quick fashion meals over the holiday breaks. These are things that quite often aren't done, but need to be done in a district as high poverty as ours. And so I am so grateful for your leadership on that front. I am very concerned on another subject matter as I look at the summary of Measures Q and R project by trustee areas and the astonishing inequities in the expenditures that have occurred. And I quite often have lamented this over the years. I know much of this was put into the process before I became a board member, but representing the highest poverty trustee area in all of Sac City and seeing that my trustee area got $23 million as opposed to areas 1 and 2 with $62 million and $61 million is unconscionable as far as I'm concerned. I know that there have been wonderful projects like the building of second-story buildings in beautiful historic neighborhoods that happen to be very affluent. And I have a school that I have shed tears over the years because not only is it an unincorporated area where the school is located, but it's a school that quite often is talked about as should be torn down and rebuilt, which is Pacific Elementary. So we have the largest school, single elementary school site, highest poverty, doesn't have the benefit of city services, and yet they don't get their fair share when our more affluent areas continue to boast incredible improvements and enhancements to their schools. I know that Superintendent Aguilar has instituted for the first time an equity index in the form of facilities, and I have to say, we remember, those of us at this dais, there was some friction in the beginning with some of the board members from more well-resourced areas saying, no, we just want to get new potholes being filled and tar and we want to have upgrades to our playgrounds. And for the first time, they were told no, that we have to operate through an equity index that ensures that our monies are spent across all districts, recognizing need above the ability to be the loudest constituency. And so I'm grateful for that, but I'm also very, very sad by looking at the gap in expenditures between my very high poverty, high need area and our more resourced areas in the district. I find that unconscionable. Board Member Morowski.
Thank you, Board President Ryan. I'm a bit following up on that comment and concern, and I did want to ask if we have a systematic way in which we assess facility needs, and if we have a master plan that we've looked at, adopted, a long-range vision. I think facilities are so important for just the structure of how we live our lives, and having facilities that are beautiful and safe and clean and upgraded are important for all of our kids.
So we do have a master plan. It was completed in 2012, just prior to the bond. So it's outdated, obviously. And we are actually interviewing in a couple of weeks for our consultant to do our new facilities master plan, which will be written specifically with an equity lens. So that's one document that we use to determine which projects should happen. The next major document we use, and actually maybe even more so than the master plan from time to time, would be our 5-year deferred maintenance plan. So 5-year deferred maintenance plans used to be required by the State Department of Education. They're not required anymore, but those of us in the business who've been doing this a long time, that's kind of our Bible. We love that plan. It takes every component of a building and a site and spreads it out over 5 years and for every single site. So it's a very comprehensive document. When does this roof need to be replaced? How much do we think it's going to be? How much would it be if we waited 5 years? You know, how much money are we going to lose if we don't do it now? So it's every building component. As far as how some of the money was allocated in the bond, mostly in Q, there was language in the bond that specifically called out 9 sites for core academic renovation and repair. Those sites were identified in the master plan. The total for those sites by themselves, 9 sites, was $346 million. So we prorated everybody down accordingly. So the core academic piece of this takes up $122 million. Every trustee area got at least one project. You know, mostly they were supposed to be for high schools, but there are a couple trustee areas that don't have a comprehensive high school, obviously. Beyond that, then, you know, we go back to these pots, right? A lot of technology money, a lot of money went into technology upgrades for E-rate and district Wi-Fi access, et cetera. The mod repair and upgrade projects, again, huge dollar amount there, $84 million. We didn't really expect to do class size reduction, so that was something that was great, but it just wasn't something that was originally anticipated. It's certainly an allowable expenditure in the bond program, but you know, we didn't anticipate reopening Washington Elementary. We didn't necessarily anticipate a 2-story classroom building at Judah and at William Land. So some of these things just come up because we weren't thinking about that at the time the bond was passed.
Understood. On this chart, what's the difference between core academic renovation and the modernization, repair, and upgrade? How do you differentiate this?
Yeah, core academic renovation is, again, 9 sites that were identified in the bond language.
Oh, that's just what we called it?
Yes.
In the bond, okay. So it's a category we created in the bond for those 9 projects. Okay,
right.
Got it.
The rest of all of that stuff is basically large repairs, again, class size reduction. Then we did, there's hundreds of projects, over the last 6 years. And then R was what I kind of called our outside bond. This is where the stadiums came from, the track and fields, the gym renovation at Harm Johnson, for example, the track or the field over at West Campus. And then the balance of that is obviously to the central kitchen.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to hearing more about how the needs will be assessed systematically as we go forward with a new master plan.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you, and congratulations on all the progress with the central kitchen.
Yeah,
it's incredible, and good food is a very high priority for me, so thank you for all your work, and thank you to Amber and everyone else who came tonight.
Yeah, we're moving, our transportation staff is moving spring break, and then we're going to knock down that building. It'll take about a month to abate it, knock it down, and then we'll start work on the central kitchen. We're still planning on opening, late fall or August, September of 2020.
Yay.
So pretty good timing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Board Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you. So just a point of clarification and a couple of questions. So our budget crisis can potentially impact whether or not you go out to, issue bonds in the spring of 2020.
Yeah, so ideally, we'd actually like to issue bonds sooner rather than spring. We'd like to have the cash in the bank so that we're not pushing against that cash flow deadline. But when we're looking to sell bonds, we have a responsibility to disclose the financial situation of the district. And when you're in a state of uncertainty, the capital markets get nervous. And practically speaking, you're going to it's not responsible to go out to the markets at a time when you can't give them as much certainty as possible. The result could be not a lot of interest in your bonds. And of course, when we're in a supply and demand world, the more demand you have, the better your cost is. So although you technically could go ahead and issue bonds tomorrow, technically, practically speaking, we don't think it's responsible for the district to be in such a state of flux and go to the capital markets and achieve probably a higher cost of funds than you could if you were in a more stable environment. It doesn't mean you have to have, it means you have to have a plan in place, not necessarily everything solved with your budget situation, but you would want a plan in place where we could communicate to the capital markets what the plan is, then they could assess for themselves whether the investors it would be worth taking on the risk for investors.
Now, would that still be the case if the district is in receivership?
Yes.
As long as you have a plan regardless of...
That's what it is.
It's just more expensive.
Well, what's interesting is the markets have already adjusted to your situation. And we think we saw that when we got the updated credit rating. So the markets are already aware of what's happening and the situation, and they know where you are today. So the fact that there could be a situation where you would need to obtain a state loan, that's already out there. They already have adjusted for that. What the questions really are is, what are the cuts going to be? Are you going to be able to make the cuts, or are we going to be in a situation of needing a state loan? And if they haven't answered either of those questions, that provides them with enough information to make a decision as to whether to buy the bonds or not.
Very good. Well, thank you. I too would like to see results from this equity index. I know that generally our district has a lot of very old facilities, so everything is in great need, right, regardless of zip code. Everybody has needs. It looks different, but everybody has needs. But I think it is important to sort of have that maybe information to the trustees so that we understand where the needs are in our respective trustee areas. And then just also looking forward to the master plan so that we can figure out how to plan ahead, right, with, I would hope, a future bond past, Q&R to address some of those needs in a more equitable manner. I do want to congratulate the nutrition services for all the great work, and I'm looking forward to that central kitchen. I do have a couple of questions for you regarding a menu item that disappeared a couple of years ago. And I had, at the time, an 8-year-old who was very disappointed that her Tamale Tuesday disappeared. Or Tamale Thursday. It was a Tuesday or a Thursday. So anyway, maybe if I can get an answer from you as to what happened to the tamales, will they ever come back? That would be great. You can just email me at another time. But I'm curious to know if we have a plan related to food waste. I don't know, is there a plan? Is there something that maybe we can work on in terms of what to do with food waste? Because it's just a big part of our waste, right?
Yeah, you've probably spent some time in our cafeterias. Food waste is a big problem in the school lunch program in general. There probably is more work that we can do there. We do struggle with some mandates. USDA requires every child to take a half cup of fruit or vegetable, whether they plan to eat it or not. And that's been a struggle for us because we have always felt that put great fruit out there, maybe they will eat it. So that's what we've been trying to do. But we do see at the high schools, often a high schooler will be told, oh, you have to take an apple or an orange. And they take it and they walk right by the trash and they throw it away. And that's been a struggle for us. We do rely on some great folks like Food Literacy Center on how to teach kids to eat better and why they should. And it does take habits where they eat fresh fruits and vegetables more often, and then they develop a taste for it. But yes, we will look at more food waste programs. There are some school districts doing some great work in that area, and we have not gone there quite yet.
I have selective eaters in my household, 2 of them. So I know they've brought up to me sometimes when they eat at school that they have to take all the items, right, especially milk, and one of them just can't drink milk. So she's very conscious about the waste she's producing. So it was one of the things that discouraged her from continuing to eat at school and wanting to take her own lunch, because she knows that whatever's in her lunchbox, she'll eat. But it's just something to keep in mind. And then we talk about, okay, so what about food waste, right? How do we address that problem? So just bringing it up for that. There is something that I think I recently read somewhere, that there are districts that are taking that extra food that's untouched, right? If the kid maybe can put it to the side table, and then taking all of those food items and then packaging them in a way where they become a meal, a dinner for a family in need, that we can not waste food. So just something to consider as we think about how to address food waste.
Certainly will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Our final comment is by Board Member Pritchett.
Thank you. I'll be quick. First off, Kathy, are we on the target date of when we said that the central kitchen would open? Are we on that target date?
Like a
Are we
year
running ahead?
ahead. Yeah,
We're running
ahead.
ahead. Okay. About how long?
Year.
Oh, wow.
I mean, originally it
Oh, she
was
said that. Well,
fall
it's
of
late and I
2021.
missed that part, apparently. Okay, so I did want to speak of, I appreciate President Ryan bringing up, the inequities, because when we see it by trustee area, it is kind of eye-opening to us. And then we look at it, we see, 2 areas got substantially a lot more than other areas, and we have to go and meet with our constituents to explain, well, this is why, right? So being able to get that information, and I know we've been told that in the past, but it's been a really long time. So maybe a refresher, maybe we can discuss a little bit of that in facilities committee, and then we can figure out how we need to bring this to the board and what information that we're gonna get. Maybe it can even be through a BC, and just discuss how that information can play out. I do want to say that, through the superintendent's leadership on, I know that he really pushes us for the Fair Equity Index, as we've all said. When we go to do that, the new master plan, I'm hoping we see more of that, which I know is probably on your mind, right? Especially with everything that we're saying. My one question actually 2 questions for you. One question, Area 3 that I represent, it still shows there's a large amount that shows future funds, and it's, aside from Area 7, which is, 1 million, it's the largest. Was that for the CTE kitchen, for the Culinary Academy at Rosemont High School? Is that what that was for?
No, this is for Einstein Middle, core academic. And then the Area 7 is Sac High's balance.
So what happened to the?
I need to ask for a motion to continue until 11:30.
No, 11:15.
Have you looked at the agenda, how much we have to go through still? We're probably going to be here until after midnight.
Okay, 11:30.
All those in favor? Aye.
So, Member Pritchett, it was just, Einstein is the last of Einstein and then Sac High are the last of the 9 core academics.
Okay, so can you remind me, because I just recently had a community member that came and asked me what happened to the culinary kitchen that was supposed to happen at Rosemont High School?
So that's
Was that on a grant?
It's a different funding source. That was a CTE grant, CTE Career Tech Education Incentive Grant that the district did get. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to do all the projects that we had hoped to do, but it's not.
Has anybody told them?
Yeah. Well,
I
maybe
don't
not
think
everybody, but yeah.
I don't think they know.
I'll reach out to.
Okay, and then lastly, just, when, I think that, once we have the central kitchen, maybe we can think about how we do lunches at different sites, and, especially at the high school level, one of the biggest complaints that I get are that kids just don't eat food because there's not enough time. right? And so I'm hoping that as we move forward, Superintendent, that we kind of maybe evaluate that and find out, like, do we need to have a first and a second lunch? How can we get our high school students to be eating healthy food, right? Instead of getting chips or something from the snack bar or not eating at all. And I will tell you, I've seen even my own son that would go to school, at 6 a.m. to play football and then stay to 7 p.m. because he had to meet for practice after school, and he wouldn't eat all day long because he didn't want to take a lunch because he was too lazy to make it in the morning, and then he didn't want to wait in that line. Yeah. So maybe we could talk about that a little bit more. That's all my questions.
We actually have a line on 2 possible food trucks that will be used at the high schools and spread the kids out a little bit more. So
I get a lot of complaints at the high school level, just that there's not enough time and their kids aren't eating, right? And I know it wasn't just my kid.
All right,
thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Item 10.0, consent agenda. Before I ask for a motion on the consent agenda, I do want to share that we are going to be pulling item 10.1F off the consent agenda. We don't actually have to approve an interim chief business officer. Although our chief business officer is taking a leave of absence to attend to family matters, there's going to be no appointment of an interim chief business officer. So no action will be taken on consent item 10.1 regarding a contract for an interim chief business officer. Existing budget staff will handle the responsibilities of managing the department during the CBO's absence with outside support as needed. We're very happy to say we have with us tonight the support that is going to continue to help us meet the challenges of the budget situation that we are trying to remedy over the course of the coming months. With that, before we ask for a motion on the consent agenda, I would like to ask Ron Fortson to come up and say a few words. We are so grateful to you, and actually, Jackie, if you would like to join us as well, for the leadership that you're taking in stepping in at this very critical time.
Board President Ryan, members of the board, Superintendent Aguilar, thank you. We are Jackie, and this is Jackie Canfield. My name is Ron Fortson. We will be working with the district over the next couple of months to put another set of eyes on the issues you're having with your fiscal crisis. We've been in the district for a little bit now. We've been very impressed with the responsiveness of staff. We're digging deep. We think that there are other things in there that we might be able to accomplish.
Excellent.
I want to thank Superintendent Gordon from the county and his staff, Ms. Sanchez and Ms. Ryland. They have really shown a willingness to work with us and to be able to bounce thoughts back and forth off one another and maybe come up with some things that may help the district. As a little bit of background on myself and Jackie, dating myself, but I started in education in the early 70s as a financial advisor to school districts for the Arizona Auditor General's office. Mm-hmm. And I became a CBO assistant superintendent in 1975 at a very young age, and spent 28 years as a chief business official at 5 different districts in Arizona and in California. I retired in 2003, and there was a real demand at that time for interim CBOs, financial advisors, that sort of thing. And over the last 16 years, I've had engagements in about 25 districts. Wow. Ranging from Elk Grove to San Francisco Unified to Long Beach Unified, Fresno Unified, Palm Springs. Been a great 16 years. I think I decided to do one more when I got calls about this because there are people that I I say, if they call, I'll work. And they did call me, and we're glad to be here. Jackie, she's the best at what she does. She can dig into the elements of a budget like no one I've ever seen. She retired a couple of years ago as the executive officer of financial services. Is that the right?
It's close enough.
Close enough, okay. Spent 36 years in the Fresno Unified School District.
Wow.
So Jackie saw it all as well over those years in Fresno. So we are very glad to be here. We look forward to the engagement, and we look forward to being able to add some value and hopefully come back at what we're calling the third interim with at least a little bit better news. We all know that the structural deficit you have isn't going to be fixed in the third interim. But we have seen some things that we're discussing with county staff that we think may bring some level of relief.
Thank you, Ron. I have to tell you, not only am I so grateful to both of you for the sacrifice of coming to Sacramento to support us, but John Gray from School Services says that you were among the best in the business, present and retired, and speaks so highly of you, Jackie. So we are incredibly grateful to have you, and we also know, based upon multiple calls from people throughout the state, that you are the top of your class in terms of what you do. So we appreciate the time.
Well, thank you very much. It's nice to hear.
Okay. Item 10.0, motion to adopt the consent agenda. Oh, I love the clapping. So you even got applause at 11:10 at night, no less. Please go home and sleep. I know we're going to have you working early in the morning. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Moving on to item 11.0, communications, organizational reports, SCTA, SEIU, TCS, Teamsters, UPE. 11.2, district parent advisory committees, community advisory committee. I think they've gone for the night. District English Learner Advisory Committee, Local Control Accountability Plan Parent Advisory Committee. Cecile and Frank will not let us down.
Curious, do you guys have a cot here?
Huh?
Do you have a cot here in the?
Yeah. Frank DeYoung, LCAP Committee, I'll keep it brief. We've been working on our priorities and comments and recommendations based on those priorities, which I'll hand off so we have a copy for each of you. I just want you to understand that they're a work in progress. We want to work with district staff to establish measures for these priorities so that we can, be able to see how they're doing, and also work with the budget to see what costing might go with some of the things we're asking for. And that's where we really are at this point. I mean, we've had some budget updates, but you don't need to hear what we heard. It's not much different. So, but that's where we are right now, and we're going to continue to work on this and finalize it. But I thought we'd give you a early copy of what we're working on so you can see where we are. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeYoung. Item 11.3, Superintendent's Report.
Thank you, President Ryan. I'm going to be very brief, just given the time this evening. I do want to thank everybody for still being here, particularly members of the public, and do have to spend a little bit of time talking about what we've all now learned in terms of the announcement of a planned strike next Thursday, April 11th. And I want to start by just reiterating the following, and that is that we will continue to do everything that we can to avert a strike. We continue to believe that a strike is unnecessary and that there are processes in place that can be accessed when these types of disagreements exist. In fact, we're very fortunate and thankful that the State Mediation and Conciliation Service stands ready and willing to meet with us, as well as SCTA, to work out any disagreements that we still have. So I want to thank them very much for that. I also want to make very clear that at this time, next Thursday is being treated as a regularly scheduled school day, and we plan to move forward with those plans as of this evening. I do want to encourage any member of the public to access our website. We will be offering updates there around the strike that was announced by SCTA. I also want to just make clear that we will continue to communicate with our SCTA leaders that we stand ready to continue to have a conversation about how we continue to serve students but also avoid a state takeover of Sac City Unified. We've talked about the grave consequences that we would face under that kind of arrangement and relationship with the state. We've done so through numerous letters, and I want to just continue to reiterate what I've expressed in those letters. The first one is that, of course, the strike is going to be very hurtful, first and foremost to our students, but also to our families, as well as our employees. President Ryan mentioned this, and we heard a presentation about the importance of making sure that our students are fed. We know that we live in a community where our students and our families depend on us. They depend on us providing a safe learning environment, and that's what we intend to do on Thursday as well. I have also shared with SCTA that we will continue to look at ideas that they have shared. We did pass in our Save Our Schools resolution, I believe, some of those ideas, and I encourage people to read that document very carefully. And finally, I just want to encourage, as we've seen with our other labor partners, that we commence negotiations for our next contract with SCTA. We've offered many dates to start those conversations, and as I've said, we continue to appreciate the gesture from the State Mediation and Conciliation Service, because I think that is the best path forward given the strained relationship that is, certainly as I've been told, one that predates my tenure and the tenure of many of our board members here. So with that, I just want to finish by saying that, again, we do intend to keep our schools open on April 11th, and we'll continue to communicate that with our families in a variety of languages over the next few days.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguilar. Item 11.4, President's Report. I too will be very brief since it's so late this evening. I did want to thank again our representatives from the African American Achievement Task Force. I did say that I was so grateful for their leadership week after week over the course of many months to develop such thoughtful recommendations for lifting Black achievement throughout the district. I know it was hard to hear them at times, and I just want to appreciate their patience, but also recognize the power of their voice. And I think that that was evident in the high level of engagement across board. I also wanted to share that for my day job, the Campaign for College Opportunity, where I'm Executive Vice President, we were proud to complete the State of Higher Education for Black Californians. We were one of the first organizations in California to begin doing this disaggregated data and reports on how we are serving or failing our communities of color. This is an extremely important report because while it shows that we have lifted African American achievement in terms of graduation tuition rates and college access, primarily at the community college level, we are failing our Black students in helping them actually achieve their college degrees once through the doors of public post-secondary education. And equally disturbing, we are seeing that our Black students continue to be overrepresented at really astonishing rates at our private for-profit colleges. And so I hope that you'll take a copy of this. I have executive summaries and full reports that I'm passing out for the whole board. And then also we'll have some in the back of the room. And finally, just as to the superintendent's comments on next week's pending strike, I'm incredibly concerned, particularly because in my impoverished community, there is not the ability to simply keep our children home. When I talked about this need to be able to have a breakfast, a lunch, a dinner from your school site, that didn't even speak to the need to have a safe space when quite often you're living in an area where when mom or dad or grandma or grandpa or auntie goes to work, you have very few options over the course of your day. And so we are going to do everything we can to keep our schools open. We're also going to continue to tirelessly work to avoid the strike. But ultimately, at the end of the day, each and every decision we make will center around how do we serve students, how do we continue to serve students, recognizing that they are our North Star. Item 11.5, Student Board Member Report. It looks like Student Board Member Halbo left. Item 11.6, Information Sharing by Board Members. Vice President Wu.
This will be quick, but I don't bring good news. I came back from Washington, D.C., and I just wanted to share with my colleagues that our numbers for next year, updated census poverty data. Sacramento had a population of 52,925 students ages 5 through 17 in 2016, and we went up to 53,187 in 2017, so increase of 262 students. But, and this is going to be, I'm going to hopefully bring a resolution promoting the importance of the 2020 census. Our poverty count in 2016 was 13,719, and it went down to 10,275. In 2017, a reduction of 3,444, or 25.1%. How does that, why is that important? Because the latter number is what our 2018 and 2019 Title I allocations are. Our Title I allocation for 2018 was 23 million. We will not lose 25%, but we'll lose 10% of that. So we're going to lose $2,304,000 for a total of $20,736 for the next fiscal year. Not good news on top of the 35 million we already have to cut. So facing 2.3 million less in Title I funding is not good news, but it illustrates the importance of everybody being counted, particularly those who are in poverty, because that is the only number that counts toward Title I, is the poverty count. So I want to make sure that we go out and we encourage our communities, every one of them, to be counted, because that is a big number to lose in 1 year amount of money.
Thank you, Vice President Wu. Item 11.7, Board Committee Reports. Board Evaluation Committee. Board Fiscal Transparency and Accountability Committee.
Thank you. We have a meeting scheduled for next Thursday at 6 p.m. in the Tennessee room.
Thank you. Board Facilities Committee.
Our next meeting is scheduled for April 15th at 11:45 a.m.
Board Governance Committee.
And the Governance Committee is also meeting next Wednesday at April 10th at 6 p.m. in the Indiana room.
Thank you. Board Policy Committee.
Our next meeting is April 16th, Tuesday, April 16th at 4 o'clock here at CERNA.
Thank you, Board Member Vang. Item 12.2, Head Start Early Start, receive Head Start expansion reports. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We have a public comment on 12.1, actually.
I have 8 minutes to get us through the next extension.
Cecile.
All right, attendance. I know this is one of mine that I always try and bring up because attendance is so important. We need the kids in school in order to really make a difference. So on the attendance report, you have 6 elementaries that are below 94%, which is pretty shocking. At the middle school, you only had the one, which was Kit Carson 7 through 12. They're at 92.57%, which is shockingly low. And then, I know I have 8 minutes. At the high school, it's still Hiram Johnson and Luther Burbank. They're both in the 92 percentile, which is extremely low, and it's very, very concerning. I know that P2 is wrapping up, so that's great because that's where most of your funding is. However, towards the end of the year, you really start to see the kids dropping out because if they're not making those credits, so it becomes extremely concerning on attendance. And I think it's so important that we just keep shining the light on this.
Thank
and
you.
I still would encourage the board to maybe have a presentation on from their attendance as to what's being done in the district.
And I think we can tie that into an update on the Be Here campaign and the impact it's had.
Yeah.
Thank you. Item 12.3, receive initial proposal from Teamsters Classified. And I think we have a public comment from Cecilia Nunley.
The only thing on that, and it's both the 12.3 and 4, I believe, what has been sunshine? It's just in the report, it's just the agenda item, and it says that something would be provided at the board meeting.
Ms. McKern?
You're right. We'll address that. I'm sorry, I don't know. We'll address that.
Okay.
Okay, so we will at minimum make sure that you get a copy of that. Thank you so much. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Item 13.0, future board meeting dates and locations. The next meeting will be held on May 2nd due to the spring break. 4:30 p.m. closed session, 6 p.m. open session. With that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment. All those in favor? Aye. The motion carries. We are adjourned.
I'm too tired.
You go to bed. I missed your call. That's it.